3rd, 2026 Board of Supervisor meeting. If my phone will work for me. All right, if everyone would rise for our invocation in support of Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, I will say a few words here. Heavenly Father, I come to you with a heart full of the burdens I so often try to carry alone. You know the silent struggles, hidden anxieties, and the weight I feel in my mind. Lord, the world expects me to be strong, to push through the pain, and to keep it all together. But you see beyond the surface, and you know where I'm hurting. Please grant me the courage to be honest about my mental health and well-being. When the darkness feels overwhelming, be my light. When the anxiety and stress feel too heavy, please be my anchor. Give me the strength to break the silence and the wisdom to reach out for the support I need. Remind me, Lord, that seeking help is not a sign of weakness, but a courageous step towards strength and the healing you desire for me. Fill my mind with your peace, your wisdom, and surround me with people who love, understand, and support me. Let me know deep in my spirit that I am never alone or invisible. In your holy and comforting name, I pray. Amen. Amen. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, please be seated. All right, we have all members in attendance. Mr. Black is in attendance via Zoom tonight. Mr. Black, just because it's easier, would you like to start us with opening board comments?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the fair, obviously. That was very successful. I had a chance to go Saturday afternoon, and it was beautiful, and I saw a lot of people that I knew, got to chat with people, so thank you for that. Again, I want to wish all of the fathers happy Father's Day, and your prayer was very poignant, so I appreciate that. And then finally, I just want to say that we're not going to be meeting again until July, so when we continue with a meeting with the school board, I just want to reiterate, or I've had the opportunity, I should say, to kind of live the dream in that I grew up loving history, and I have an opportunity to actually teach it, and it's my passion, and I want to just wish America happy 250. Sometimes there's a lot of division in this country, and we're all kind of Americans first. So appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have, and thank you for your prayer.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Black. I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got a couple. Attended the county fair Wednesday, the opening day, and the Juneteenth program. Those were two great programs in the county. Had a busy week, had a constituent meeting and a Belmont HOA meeting with the developer Belmont North last week. I'm also going to ask if the chair and the board would add personnel to our closed meeting. And one last thing, without all the details, I stopped by the planning office today, and it's obvious that they're overloaded, and we need to make sure we add some folks in the planning office. So we should probably address that as soon as we can. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I have none tonight. Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too want to talk about the Caroline County Agricultural Fair. I spent 3 days there. They had great weather, good attendance, and everybody seemed to have an absolutely fabulous time. And I just can't compliment that fair committee and that organization and the organization of that enough for all the things that they do. and for all the community spirit that it brings. So I'd like to thank them for that. And I too would like to wish everybody a wonderful 250th 4th of July. I know that Port Royal usually has dressed reenactors, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do this year with the 250th anniversary. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long?
Yes, thank you. I wish I could take some credit this year for whatever's going on in Port Royal with the Historic Society, but they are going to do their thing and come down and enjoy. Generally, it's a lot of fun. I was not on the planning group this year, but I did want to take time to say that I hope everyone did have a happy Father's Day, and I think your reading was really appropriate to remember that we all need to support one another, be your fathers or mothers. Kids are still the same, and we got to get them there together. I attended the fairgrounds twice. Mr. Seeley and I were at a table one day and sat next door with Susan Menarche and Frankie G, who's there every year, and we had a good time. And apparently the frog legs were delicious this year because every time I turned around, somebody had a plate of them. I passed on those, but I heard they were good. The weather, I will say, in all my years in Caroline, I don't think I remember a fair where there wasn't a flash windstorm, a flash thunderstorm, hurricane warning, something, or temperatures 100 degrees. It was wonderful. So I don't know how the planning group got that good weather, but I hope they can do it again next year. But everyone have a wonderful and safe 4th of July. Please don't work Sheriff Moser to death. Be smart out on the highway. It was bad enough on Father's Day. My son said, I didn't think I was going to make it to you, Dad. There's so much traffic out here. So please do be careful if you're traveling on the 4th of July area. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me say thank you to the staff and to all those who expressed condolences on the loss of my sister. Really certainly appreciate that and just appreciate the support. Secondly, I want to thank all of the citizens who have sent comments in regarding different issues that we're facing in the county and things that we're talking about, things we're voting on, some of your concerns. I can say to every citizen that every comment is read, everything is taken as it is sent, and we do read and take them very seriously. We sometimes vote in opposition, sometimes in support of those things that you want, but I can tell you that we read and certainly we take everything to heart and try to do the absolute best for Caroline County. My final comment is I just want to thank Sheriff Moser again for all they do. It's been very busy out there. I know you were a couple deputies short. Hopefully in the next year you'll get back to where you need to be, and we'll continue to make progress on a safety building and get all of the latest technology that's needed to make sure the citizens of the county are safe. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's my only comment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Underwood. All right. With that, we'll close opening board comments and move on to amendments to the agenda. And we already have one item added to the closed meeting. So, Mr. Attorney, I don't know your name. I'm sorry. You look different than Mr. McKenzie. We will need, if it's not already on our closed meeting language, an exception for personnel.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm working on that right
All
now.
right, perfect. Thank you. I should have known. With that, I'll accept any other additions or modifications to the agenda. Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the agenda as amended.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Underwood, second by Mr. Thomas to accept the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Black, just give me a test aye or nay, please. Okay, perfect.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We have agenda for this evening, and with that, we'll move into our presentation of the winner of the Crime Stoppers poster contest.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's a real honor to be here tonight to talk about the Crime Stoppers annual poster contest. But I want to say that, first of all, it's an honor for me just to have a small part in this and to be down here talking about this. But I really want to bring Travis Nutter down here, the major. He's the one that champions this cause, and I want him to be able to explain to you what has happened to the program.
Good evening, board. Yes, so this is our annual Crime Stoppers poster contest. Winner this year is a graduate from this past year, Mr. Dante Tolles, who's with us. So every year, Crime Stoppers does this in our public schools along with the Sheriff's Office and participation from Caroline High School art class and our very faithful art teacher, Miss Catherine Bolts. The winner of this contest every year gets awarded a $500 check, which is great. But really what this is about is creating bonds and building partnerships between the Sheriff's Office and the youth in our community. It gives us a chance to interact with the kids in our art class, and it's a bit of competitive fun because in the end there's one winner that receives the check. And this is paid for by Crime Stoppers, so it's at no cost to the county or to the Sheriff's Office. So it's a great program. Every year it bolsters relationships between us and our school partners and our children. So we are very happy this year that Mr. Dante Tolles, and I think his mother's here with him too, to receive a check made from the Metro Richmond Crime Stoppers to Mr. Dante Tolles in the amount of $500.
Awesome. Did Sheriff, did you want to say anything?
No, I was just very proud of this program. We've done it for a number of years, and it's a great ability to coordinate with the schools and the art students. Matter of fact, Ms. Bolts, she had 160 art students last year. That's amazing. So thank you for doing that for our children, and thank you all for having us here tonight.
Do we have a copy of his poster?
We will. We have to get that. When the posters are submitted, they become property of Crime Stoppers, and they haven't given us our copy yet.
Okay.
Generally, we present those at this meeting, but we'll have to do that in the future.
Okay.
Do you want us to come down and get a photo or come up and get a photo?
Yeah, that would be great.
You want us to come up?
Yeah,
Mr.
that
Chair,
works. Yep, come on up.
Nice.
Pam, would you do the honors? Okay. All right, next we have a VDOT update. Mr. Burke. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Appreciate the time for you all to have me on your agenda tonight. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, county staff. My name is Walter Burke. I am the new resident engineer for the Fredericksburg Residency with Virginia Department of Transportation. I'm here tonight to provide an update to you on some of the projects and some maintenance items that we have going on within Caroline County. So with that, I will get through the presentation here. So the first project that I would have to provide an update on is a bridge rehabilitation project, and that is the Route 207 northbound bridge over Mattapani River. The funding source for this project was an
Actually, I
SGR
need to correct you. Mr. Thomas, you want to?
Mr. Burke, it's Mattapani.
Mattapani. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. And as I go through this, please feel free to step in.
Yeah, I didn't want you to keep saying that to everybody else, and they had to look at you strange.
Yeah,
That was your first
That's
time.
just being your friend.
One and only, right?
There's three rivers that come into the county: the Matta, the Po, and the Nye.
Okay.
So
Mattapani.
Mattapani.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. So
I do it at the golf course a lot too. So
I got you. So what this project entails, it's a superstructure replacement along with the substructure rehabilitation. So what you can think of that is where the roadway ties into the bridge. There's abutments, and basically everything from where it ties in above is getting replaced. Everything below was getting repaired and rehab. Construction began on this back in July of 2025, and we're looking to complete construction next week. Talking to the construction team, it seemed to go pretty smoothly.
Aren't they ahead of schedule? Because they were cleaning up. I can't believe they're done.
Yep.
It looks like they're way ahead of schedule.
So I don't know the exact timeline when it was projected to be done, but it'll be done next week. So
there are a couple of months ahead of schedule. It's supposed to be September. So
yes, sir.
tell them thank you and make sure you give me a call so I could be out there when we cut the ribbon for the whole bridge.
I will do that.
Thank you.
Yep. The next project we have here is 95 northbound southbound bridge over CSX. This is a rehabilitation project as well. This was a federally funded project. What this rehabilitation included was a deck overlay and joint elimination. This project is currently advertised for construction, looking for bids towards the end of July timeframe. So tentatively around the 22nd is when those will come in. Then we'll know the next steps with the project. Third one here, we have an intersection improvement project. This is the intersection of US 301 and Chase Street. So this safety improvement project was funded through Smart Scale, and kind of what the intent of this project is a intersection installation of a continuous green T. So you can see the image on the left there. That would be the installation of the continuous green T with some access removement for the north portion of Chase Street there. And then as part of this, with the arterial preservation plan, there will be a crossover removal at 301 and Courthouse Lane as well. So this project is in the is getting ready to go in the right-of-way phase starting in the fall of 2026 with construction to start in 2028. Next here, we have another intersection improvement project. This would be Route 1 and Page Road. And the funding source for this was Smart Scale. Cool thing about this, when I was going through with the project team, this was the highest ranked project in Virginia. That's awesome to see. I'm happy to be a part of that through the Smart Scale funding mechanism. But what this project entails is that we'll construct a left turn lanes for northbound and southbound on Route 1 at the Route 605 interchange. And then this project design is to begin in 2027.
So this diagram is not the actual design. This is just a theoretical.
Correct. This is what was submitted in the Smart Scale application to kind of give the rendering, and then design will begin in 2027.
Okay. Because it just takes all the property from the east side of the road instead of equally amongst both sides. Okay.
Yep. So this is just a sketch.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
This was approved 2 years ago for Smart
Yes,
Scale.
ma'am. Yep.
And we got to wait 2 more years. And I'm just trying to figure out what time period I can tell citizens.
Sure. So Smart Scale, it is on a 2-year cycle. So we're getting ready to do a submission coming up here. And I believe Smart Scale Round 7 is coming up in August. And then we'll have another 2 years from there.
So it gets approved, that it waits 2 years for design and then 2 years for development, or
So it takes a little bit for the funding to, I'm not sure on the exact timeline, but I can get those to you.
I'm just wondering for future things.
Yep, I can get those. The next one we have.
Just
yes,
for a
sir.
second. Jeff, regarding audio, we just had some static start like 3 minutes ago. There you go. It just went away. Thank you.
Nope, you're fine. The next one we have here is another intersection project. This is along the Route 1 corridor as well. This is at the intersection of Lake Caroline. This was funded through Smart Scale as well. Similar to the other project, this will construct left and right turn lanes for north and southbound on Route 1 for safe operations to enter the intersection there. This project is also to begin design in 2027. This was in the same package as the project from the previous slides there. Next one here, moving on back into the bridge projects. This is a bridge replacement project for Route 632, Edge Hill Academy Road, over the Madai River Bridge. Was that right or close? Madai? Okay, cool. The funding source for this one is also stated good repair. This is a bridge replacement project including minor approaches to the roadway reconstruction. So we've shown kind of the detour there on the right. This is about a 12-mile detour. So depending on where you start on Edge Hill Road, you would take Page Road to Route 1. And then if you're coming in the lower portion, you would take Mud Tavern, or also known as Stonewall Jackson, to Edge Hill. And then construction is tentatively scheduled to begin in early 2028 for this project here. I believe, I want to say a year, but I'm gonna have to do some research just to confirm that. But I believe it was a year the last time I looked at it.
Okay, I expect it would take at least that long, but I just want to make sure we're coordinating with the schools.
Yep.
Because the school buses are probably on that route somewhere.
Yep. So ahead of this, our communication teams will reach out to the schools as well as fire department, local law enforcement to let them know when the final closure will occur.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next one we have here is also a bridge replacement project. This is Route 603, County Line Church Road over Temple's Mill Stream Bridge. The funding source for this one was also stated good repair, known as SGR. This bridge replacement will also do minimal approach work to the roadway. Similarly, this is a 12-mile detour as well. So depending where you are on County Line Church Road, you would take Ladysmith Road to Jefferson Davis Highway Route 1, or if you're going on the other portion, it would be Gatewood Road to the County Line Church Road. So construction for this one is tentatively scheduled to begin mid-2028. And then moving over into maintenance items here. So in your travels throughout the county, I'm sure you've seen some paving operations going on. You may have seen State Forest and contract work. The pictures I hear is on the screen is of our State Forest patching operations. So basically our crews are trying to go ahead of the paving schedule to try and do some preliminary patch work on some areas that are maybe more deficient than others along the route that need a little more care as far as the substructure of the roadway, to make sure when they put this new layer of asphalt on top, it's going to last for a long time. So we've taken some pictures there. Then they're doing really good work. And then as they're going through doing this patching work as well, they're doing tree trimming, daylighting signs, evaluating the ditches. So we're trying to look at a whole uniform approach to the roadway. So when we touch it, after it's done paved, we don't have to come back and do work for some time. And then here, I just did want to include the resurfacing schedule for you all that's occurring this year in Caroline County. So it's about just over 136 lane miles that'll be resurfaced this year, depending on the treatment type, plant mix, latex, Cape Seal, and then surface treatment. You can see the lane miles that are broken down through there. Tentatively, these contracts, when they're put out, they start around April timeframe, and they have all the way till November to complete these. So you'll be seeing our contract resources work on these routes throughout the year.
So when you say surface treatment, what does that mean?
So it's tar and chip. Is what I call it. So basically, it's an application where the contractors go in and they'll have a tar truck, and they'll basically spray lines of tar on, and they'll do application of gravel, and it'll create kind of a hard surface on it.
Well, I thought we had solved Sparta Road with a resurface for this year, because we did the chip and tar 2 years ago, and I'll be glad to take you. I took Kyle down through there.
Okay.
And the whole chip and tar is moving.
Okay.
It's actually moving the center line.
Okay. And you said that was Sparta?
Sparta Road,
Okay.
721.
Okay.
But we had talked about actually getting that a plant mix.
Okay.
Because to solve that is not going to be done with the same thing that was done before, because it's moving.
Okay. Yeah, I can't speak to what was previously submitted for ICANN, but I'm more than happy to go out there with you and evaluate it.
Yeah, because it is, and the center line on both sides, about 1.5 feet over, is like driving on a dirt road.
Okay. Yeah, when I get back to the office tomorrow, I'll talk to my team as well and see what we can work
Okay.
up on it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Burke,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Trying to-
Mr. Burke, I'm looking at your resurfacing for 26. I don't see a lot of work done in the Reed Church District, and I do have some concerns. I know Herring Creek has been repaired and needs to be resurfaced. Secretariat needs to be repaired.
Okay.
I don't see them on the schedule, and I've complained about this genuinely for 2 years.
Okay.
And I don't see any of the, repairs that I've discussed over the last 2 years
Okay.
on this schedule. So that concerns me a great deal. And then my second comment is, at Route 30 and 301, we talked about the overhead apparatus for making a left turn or going straight down 30. When the traffic is backed up on 95, I mean, you've got a 2-mile backup because you can only make a left turn or go straight in that left-hand lane, and the other is specifically right. That needs to be reconfigured. That's Route 30 at 301 intersection.
Okay. I'm not too familiar with the intersection, but I'll definitely get my team to take a
Yeah,
look
would
at
you
it, sir.
please,
Yes, sir.
and get back to me and
Yep.
let's have a conversation.
Yep, and I'll give you a
That's-
call on those routes that are missing from the paving schedule.
Yes.
And we'll see what we can do on those.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, may I?
Yes, sir. Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Burke, I had the same problem. I had 2 roads that the previous resident added. They're Antioch Road and New Baltimore Road. And they both come off of 301 South. As a matter of fact, one is right behind us.
Okay.
And the other's the next road going that way. So they were added, but I don't see them on here. So we could talk
Yep.
offline about it.
Yep, I'll check with the team in the morning. I'll give you a call. That's fine.
Thank you very
Yep.
much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Black.
do you mind if I ask a few questions?
You may ask another one. Go ahead.
I just want to, first of all, I want to thank you for the meeting that we had a few weeks ago. Mr. Burke out on the Goose Hill Road. I think you see that's in very, very poor shape. And I appreciate you trying to work with the citizens out there and get that scheduling moved up. I think you saw firsthand how bad it is, but I do appreciate anything you can do to get that moved up. That Goose Hill seems to be, I guess, because there's logging on that road sometimes, it seems to be kind of has been an issue in the past, 10 years ago. But I do thank you for that. And also, if you could, one of the things, I don't know if you or your staff goes around, and I know you have a number to call for potholes, but just driving around sometimes, if you have staff that go out there, sometimes these potholes pop up, and just want to keep an eye out for those. It seems to be a lot worse, on the Spotsylvania side of things when I was doing my, during the school year. But just make sure that we're looking out for those. And then finally, I do want to meet with you on the intersection of Trivet and Anderson Mill. Mr. Bates and I were going to meet on that, and then he got moved to his new job. So I do want to meet out with you again sometime on that intersection. It's just very hard. There's a hill there, and it's the sight distance is just really, really tough. And I'm not sure there's a whole lot you can do, but I want to see if there is something you can do. It's a big blind spot, and it's not a busy intersection, but Anderson Mill Road is a pretty, it's a fast speed limit going down that road. So if someone coming off Trivet is not paying attention, that could be a pretty scary intersection. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Burke, I know you got more. I'm sorry.
Nope. You all are fine. The next one we have here is just a mowing slide. I'm sure throughout the county you've seen our mowing operations commence for the season is well underway. adversely. I've mentioned in other meetings throughout different localities. If you all have any concerns with site distance issues or something, please let me know so I can kind of get with our teams to get those safety concerns addressed until our contract staff can get out there and complete the first mow cycle. But we are well within the first round of that. And then that was my last slide, so I'm open to answer any other questions you all had.
Ms. Long?
Yes, could you make sure you leave us all with your business cards?
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
I have two quick ones. One, just so everyone's aware, there are none in my district that are on the list, just for clarity. And that's okay. We're a very small district with very neighborhood heavy. If you could look at Durrett Road, it's narrow by design. The easements, the right of way is very, very narrow. But it now has a YMCA, a school, and about 100 homes that are accessed from it.
Mhm.
And the edges were already narrow and they're getting abused and they're having to refill frequently. But just see if you can get any love on that because it's showing its abuse a little bit.
Just looking at it from like a resurfacing perspective, or
Honestly, the best thing for it will be to put about 2 more feet of asphalt or one on each side, just so that people aren't running off the edges and destroying the edges. Because as they run off, they crack it, and that cracks and goes away, and creates a pothole and makes the road narrower at the same time. So,
yep, I can do that.
thank you. Anyone else?
No, just want to say thank you, and we're not trying to scare you off, so you can come back again in 3 months.
Yep, I will be back here, and I'll be following up with all y'all via phone to get the additional information, and I'm gonna leave my business cards here as well. So
Thank
you. Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke, and welcome. All right, next we have item 2, appointments.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a person who is willing to serve on the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board, and I'd like to appoint Ms. Phyllis Goss.
All right. We have a motion to appoint Ms. Phyllis Doss.
Goss, G-U-A-S-P.
G-U-A-S.
I'll second.
All right. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Thomas and a second by Mr. Underwood. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Ms. Goss is now on the Rappahannock Area Services Board of Directors.
I'll send Mrs. Hall her contact information.
All right, next we have the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a board member would like to remove and discuss in more detail? All right, hearing none.
The
I'm
chief is
sorry.
not here. Who's for the chief? Mark, are you here for the chief? I just had questions on the 2 grants. And I wasn't, it's probably an easy one. But as I was reading through, I read the first one and it said it was for 200,000. And then I read the next one and said it was 150,000, but they looked like they were the exact same grant.
Mr. Thomas, those are under the sheriff's office. Those are 911 center grants.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I do have the tanker one on if you have any questions about that.
No, I guess that's the sheriff. He's on a call, so he'll tell us later.
Okay.
I do know that one is for equipment, E911 related equipment, and one is for furniture for the E911. I think it's similar grants, but under a slightly different pot of money, if that's the right term. But one is for equipment, and one is specifically for furniture in the E911 center.
Okay, the first one says handling equipment, and the second one just says additional funding. It doesn't say furniture, but all right. And there's no county match at all, right?
No county match for either one, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Thomas and a second by Mr. Underwood. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda as listed, say aye.
Aye.
All right, any
Aye.
opposed? All right, motion carries. Consent agenda has been adopted. All right, we are at
We
6:41.
can go to closed session.
All right, I guess we can knock out some of that.
That's all you have left. Do we have a motion for personnel?
Or in addition to that.
And if you can read it if you'd like.
Apologies to everyone that has to hear me read this.
Actually, pause just for a second.
Sure.
Audience, we're going to try to knock out some of our closed session. We'll return at 7:30 for our public comments, in which time anybody that has an item that they'd like to discuss with the board that's not being already considered by the board by a public hearing or undecided from a previous public hearing, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss that. So we'll go ahead and have our motion to get us into closed session, and then we'll reconvene at 7:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did send this to Pam and Alan, so it'll be reflected in the minutes. Form of the motion would be to move that the board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the personnel exemption of section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia for discussion of the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees, and pursuant to the prospective business, legal counsel, contract, and economic development exemptions of section 2.2-3711A5, A8, A29, and A39 of the Code of Virginia to discuss and consider information subject to the exclusion in subdivision 3 of 2.2-3705.6 related to economic development and the potential expansion of a prospective business in the Ladysmith area about which no previous public announcements have been made and where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position of the county.
I so move, Mr. Chairman. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Seeley and a second by Mr. Thomas to go into closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, we are now in closed session. Again, we will be back in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Session, Mr. Seeley, can you,
Mr. Chairman, I move the
Out,
Caroline
please.
County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, considered by the board.
all right, we have a motion by Mr. Seeley and a second by Mr. Thomas. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Black, you with us?
Yes, aye.
Okay. With that, if you would please certify whether that no non-exempted matters were discussed.
I so certify.
Okay, Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
I so certify. Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Ms. Long?
I say certified.
And Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
All right, we are officially out of closed session, and with that, we'll roll right into our public comment period. So everyone would have, found my cheat sheet.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I thought I would make a couple motions coming out of closed session
Okay, go ahead.
before we, if that's appropriate, or you want to just wait?
It's good time. We're coming right out of closed session.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we appropriate funds out of the unencumbered balance to hire a inspector for the planning department. And second, I would want, or I can do them individually.
Yeah, let's do individual.
Okay, that's my first motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second,
Okay.
an additional inspector.
Additional inspector, correct.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Underwood and second by Mr. Thomas to hire an additional Planning Department building inspector. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. All right, Mr. Underwood.
My second motion, Mr. Chairman, is that our HR manager is one of the few managers, and I'm asking that we move her to the director position as her title with the appropriate pay, with the additional funds coming out of the unencumbered balance.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Underwood, second by Mr. Thomas to elevate the title of our current HR manager to director level. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, with that, we'll move into, again, the public comment. This is a public comment period that allows members of the public to speak to the board on any matter of their opinion. There are no comments on items that are part of a public hearing scheduled to take place within the next 60 days, or a public hearing item that has been held previously that remains pending by the board. Each individual will have 3 minutes. Each speaker will please clearly state his or her name. If there is a voting district within the county, please do not give your home address, just your voting district if you're within the county. If you're not within the county, just say that you're from Spotsylvania, XYZ County, whatever it may be. Citizens, please refrain from clapping or any other public demonstrations of support or opposition. The public comment period should not serve as a forum to debate. We're not going to answer questions. It's not Q&A. It's just simply a one-way remark. We hear what you're saying. Remarks that shall be addressed only to the board and made in a respectful manner. And comments should focus on matters and issues before the board or the county, or if there's an issue of that citizen. That's all fair game. All right, with that, I declare public comment is open. So please come on down. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Chandler Pridgeon. I'm in the Madison District. Tonight, I would like to briefly touch upon the invocation practice. The Virginia Constitution, Article 1, Section 16 says that no man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever, nor shall be enforced, restrained, molested, or burthened in his body or goods, nor shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or belief, but all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion, and the same shall in no wise diminish, enlarge, or affect their civil capacities. In addition, one of Caroline County's core values is listed on the website is respect, which is defined as being tolerant of differences, using good manners, and being considerate of the feelings of others. Holding prayers before every meeting creates multiple concerns that I believe don't fully align with the Constitution or the county value in particular respect. Number one, it implies that the board as a whole is prioritizing spiritual belief in their governance of the county. Number two, it pressures and encourages current and future board members to continue this practice, whether it is their belief or not, simply in the name of tradition. Number three, it encourages religious belief as a prerequisite to run for the board, and hence discourages others from getting involved. Number four, it implies that the needs of citizens not of the same faith or non-religious are not as important. Number five, it unnecessarily pressures those in attendance to participate in a religious practice that is not their own. I want to be clear, I am not anti-religion, but I do have significant concerns with any religion that is being consistently promoted and shown to be the primary guide at any government meeting. This is why I feel that this practice should be replaced either by a reading of norms and/or words of inspiration that are non-religious, such as the school board currently does, or with a moment or moments of silence, during which folks of all faiths or non-faiths can use that time to silently do what they wish. In conclusion, Religion is not a necessity for someone to be ethical or objective. By replacing your current practice of praying before meetings, you would send a powerful message to the community that good morals, regardless of spiritual beliefs, are the backbone of civil engagement. I hope you will take this under consideration and look forward to a response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I do owe your response. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors members. My name is Rick Hanley, and I am a resident in the Bowling Green District. I just wanted to, I read recently with much concern regarding Virginia being one of the first states to allow cameras at stop signs and crosswalks. These cameras would use AI to issue citations for quote-unquote flagrant stop sign, crosswalk violations in schools and work zones. I want to state my strong and unequivocal opposition to the use of these cameras and flock cameras in Caroline County and hope they would never be used. This is nothing but another quote-unquote revenue generation scheme that erodes our Fourth Amendment rights, protecting us against unreasonable search and seizure. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with safety. Rather, it's another example of a three-card Monte scam, which has also been defeated and struck down in lower courts in places across the country. My question is, who do I subpoena to court? Do I subpoena a camera? Do I have any information whether that camera is accurate? How long is a stop sign supposed to, how long am I supposed to stop? 10 seconds, 5 seconds? How's that going to be measured? I feel like that's going to be arbitrary, and it's not going to be subject to being able to examine and cross-examine and question those who have put me in a situation where I have to go to court or traffic court. Do I subpoena an officer who actually did not witness the citation but is sitting behind a desk and therefore looks at a camera and sees it, and then he issues me a ticket? I feel that that is unfair. If there will be traffic citations, traffic violations, they should be issued by a live deputy or a live state trooper or a live police officer in the town of Bowling Green who has witnessed it, who therefore can write a citation and gives me the right as a citizen to have that person, my accuser, come before court to state his case so I can state mine as well. I fear that this is another example of a 1984 type situation. We've seen this around different localities. We've seen them in school zones. And when they came in school zones, my fear was they wouldn't stop there. Obviously, they're not. I feel like we have plenty of deputies and police in this area that can patrol and police and do their jobs without the use of a camera. For instance, do I have a camera that's going to be positioned in every sidewalk, every intersection, whether it's a town or county? This has to stop. It just keeps on going on, and it has to stop. And I hope and pray that if this comes up, which it may be in the future for this Board of Supervisors or Sheriff's Department to be able to consider this, I would pray that they would say no, that this would not be something that we want to invite and begin. Also, I want to say thank you for using the time that you have to do an invocation. And if that ever becomes a problem, I would be more than happy as a citizen to use my free time as a citizen during public comment to offer up prayer and invocation for God's blessing upon this county, of which I'm privileged to be a part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come up and speak? Anyone else? Oh, all right. Just under the wire. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. My name's Damon Gray. I'm in the Bowling Green District.
You get just a little bit closer to that mic. Pull that mic down to you a little bit. So
yeah.
Damon Gray, Damon Gray Jr.
Yes, sir. Like James' mom, but different. Yeah, I just wanted to speak on the battery storage, the amount of water that's going to take.
That's a public hearing.
Mr. Gray.
Yeah.
That's actually scheduled for a public hearing.
Okay.
And you will have an opportunity to speak directly to that.
Okay.
And when that comes up very, very soon.
Roger that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have an item for the board? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and then we'll roll right into our public hearings. All right, our first one is item number 4, proposed amendments to Chapter 21 of the Code of Caroline County regarding animals.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just a brief introduction. As indicated, the purposes of this public hearing is to consider proposed amendments to Chapter 21 of the county code, which relates to animals. As you will recall, we previously did a first reading, and these amendments are requested by the sheriff's office, the Animal Control Division. And although they look quite extensive in the board packet, they're simply to match current state law and clean up some things that need to be addressed that are no longer applicable. The county attorney's office has taken a look at it. We've worked in conjunction with them along with the sheriff's office. And most importantly, Lieutenant Julie Heffler is here from Animal Control to answer any specific questions you have about any of the ordinance amendments. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman. And again, Lieutenant Heffler is here to answer questions.
Okay. There's no presentation necessary. This is, okay. All right, with that, I guess we'll go ahead and open up public hearing on item number 4 regarding Chapter 21 of the Caroline County Code. Public hearing is now open. If you have any comments regarding this public hearing, please come forward now. Hello again.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. Again, my name is Rick Hanley, and I am a resident of the Bowling Green District. I'm speaking to ask you to stand with the overwhelming majority of Caroline County citizens by taking a firm stand in regards to data centers, in this case, solar farms that we're talking about.
Mr. Hanley, this is the public hearing for the animal control.
Okay, so we're not at the public hearing for that part yet.
No, that's, that's next.
Okay, I'll see you then.
All right. All right, anyone else have a comment regarding item number 4, Caroline County Code regarding animals? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comment on that, or public hearing on that. Entertain any questions on the board. Again, just to clarify, this is to clean up the language to meet changes in state code.
Mr.
Mr. Black.
Mr. Black?
I just have 2 questions. I don't know if Ms. Heffler can answer the questions, or someone from the sheriff's office.
We got 2 coming to the podium now. It looks very excited to come up. All right, Jeff, Mr. Black, what's your question?
So the first one is, we require, this may not be the sheriff's office, but we require a license fee every year, correct? For dogs and pets to be licensed, correct?
That's correct.
Is there, I've seen in other localities, is it a possibility to do that to make it easier on citizens? I've had citizens ask me, is it a possibility to do that every 2 years instead of every year?
It would have to be either annually, or you could do a 3-year, because the rabies vaccines initially are 1 year for the first vaccine, and then after that, they're 3 years at a time. So your county license would run concurrent with your rabies vaccine.
Okay, then is that something that I would, yes, thank you so much. I would definitely be in support of that. It would just make people's lives, because a lot of people are constantly feel like they're going every year to get the license. So would you guys be okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I don't know if that's something that we could amend so that way the license would have to be done every 3 years.
I think it would be important to get the input from the treasurer's office, since they actually implement that and actually run the entire licensing program for the animals, if you would like.
My understanding, Little birdie just told me in my ear that that process has been started
Okay.
by the treasurer's office. And welcome to the dog ownership world, Mr. Black.
Thank you.
Mr. Forehand.
Yes, Ms. Long.
Julie, is on cats, I've been out of the business for so long, on vaccines, is it 3 years after 6 months? Or what are they doing on cats now?
Same as dogs, 4 months.
Still at 4 months, okay.
All right.
I think it's a good idea.
Lieutenant, the list here there's an extensive list of exempt animals. I don't know if you saw the whole list.
Is that under the exotic ordinance?
It was under the alphabetical part
Help me, Alan.
on,
Which section?
I'm gonna say it's page 5 on what I have.
Okay, here. Exempt animals.
It's and it's really just a Y or whatever. Found it?
It's in the definitions on the E.
I'm not sure what it's saying that it's exempt from.
You don't have to have
From anything in here.
for a wolf hybrid.
Well, that was my question. Is there's just a lot of things in here, and I wondered how we got all of those.
They were here when I got here.
Yeah, that part's not changing. I don't
Yeah,
think.
that's,
It's
none
just
of that
part
is
the-
changing.
the
That's
part
always been
that-
there.
Yeah, so we've pretty much limited to dogs and cats. Basically, is the only thing left.
Well,
I mean-
any type of companion animal, we still deal with agricultural animals, but the only thing in this that we're doing is just changing the verbiage to match the state code.
Match the state, yeah. And so I assume this is the original state code because, you mentioned agricultural and there's goat, sheep, bison, and things of that nature.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I guess that's the same as the way it's in state code. I was just wondering why it was like that. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Julie, don't go away.
Mr. Underwood.
So the initial vaccine for dogs and cats is 1 year and then 3 years.
After
the
1
first
you get-
year.
The next one will be 3 years.
3
and then
years.
concurrently 3 years after,
And right now it's every year.
annual.
So it just
For the
seems,
license.
Just the license is every year.
the license, right,
Vaccination is still every 3 years.
every 3.
Right
Okay.
now, the code says that your licenses are due by January 1. You have until February the 1st, and then that's when we start looking for current county license after February 1.
Correct.
If you did something like a 3-year, you're going to have to run that concurrent with the animal's rabies shots.
Right.
So they're fully vaccinated during the time frame that they're licensed.
That just seems to me, could run into a problem if it's every 3.
It's going to be complicated, but a lot of counties are doing it. Hanover County does 1 year, 3 year, and they do a lifetime license, which I wouldn't want to have to police that.
Right. I was just wondering, is it doable? I mean, we can put ordinances in place, but can we
It's more footwork on our
enforce,
side.
can we enforce the ordinance with any level of confidence that we're doing right versus knowing that every year you have to have an appropriate license and vaccine?
Right now, as we enforce it, it's with the 3 year, it would have to be, if you're licensed, then your animal has a valid rabies vaccine for that period of time. So it wouldn't be any more, your license are due by January 1. It would be, your license is due when you get your 3 year rabies shot.
So it wouldn't be any more cumbersome for you then?
No, I think it would just be an adjustment.
Just an adjustment, okay. All right, and you're comfortable with the adjustment?
As comfortable as I can get.
Okay.
Just to warm up to these new ideas. I
I mean,
understand.
certainly we don't want to put something in place that we can't enforce and then put you in a position of not being efficient or successful in your job.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. After 40 years, change is hard.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Long?
Yeah, and I do like the idea of the second vaccine coming with, you get a 3-year tag. And I'd like, if you don't mind, to look and talk to staff about some type of a program where we could keep, some reminders out. Because I think a lot of times people forget 3 years goes by fast
The
and they
treasurer's
don't
office
think
typically
about it.
Takes care of sending that out with the tax information that they send out.
So they're already getting that
They
with
do
tax
put that
information?
in the tax bill.
That's things. I know I wouldn't get it straight, especially if I have 5 or 6 dogs.
I would like to see us be able to sell license somewhere other than the treasurer's office, or to be able to go online and purchase your license, download your information, just to make it a little more convenient.
All right, we'll see what we can do to make it a little more convenient somehow. Thank you.
I think the motivating factor
Ms.
behind the license.
Sheriff, can you talk to the mic so people at home can hear you?
I'll be honest with you. Public safety is, the motivating factor of the licensing fee, even though it's 1 year. The reason is not because they're trying to collect the licensing fee. It's to make sure that everybody has their pets vaccinated for rabies, because rabies is a very serious issue. And if a dog that has rabies bites somebody, it's very serious. So that's why they have it every year, so that they can actually track. Because if I get a license every 3 years, then, and I'm not on the same year that I got my license, so it's not due. But what it is a check and balance. That every year licensing fee is to make sure that your dogs, because they won't sell your license to you unless you have proof that the dog has had rabies shot.
But you don't think a 3-year license is?
Well, I certainly think it was something we could look very hard at, but I do know that I think the motivating factor for the licensing fee, it's not the money that they're collecting for the small amount of money that they collect, but it's actually just to regulate that rabies shot for that animal. Because it's not, I just know for public safety, we need to consider that when we talk about options, that, we want to be able to make sure that these dogs and stuff are getting the rabies shots, so that.
I just think a lot of people forget because time goes by so fast, that reminder cards or notices would help encourage. But we will continue to work on it, and I think most people want to take care of their pets. And if they don't, Julia, get them.
So do you have a way to test to determine if a animal has a rabies shot, or is that just in the treasurer's office?
When we go out, we ask to see the rabies shot, the paperwork
From the vet.
And people carry that around with them?
When we go to their home, they have to be able to present it if we ask.
Okay.
And the treasurer's office keeps a list.
But someone does, because they're issuing a license.
The treasurer's office also keeps a list, and they send us a list of each year of people who haven't purchased from the last year.
The sheriff said there was a tag. There's
Yeah,
a rabies
you
shot
get You
tag.
get a piece of paper and you get a tag. The paper tells you the dates. The tag just says the number and the expiration date. But it doesn't tell you that, it tells you have a county license. It doesn't tell you how long the rabies shot is good for. Your rabies tag has just got a number on it. You have to see the actual paperwork to know that it's still valid. It's not expired.
So there's no connection between the actual tag, the rabies tag on
Tag
the
will tell you
dog.
that they have it. You just don't know whether it's current. Because you don't know whether it's a 1 year or 3 years.
Do we create that tag, or we buy them somewhere else?
The veterinarians give
The
you
vet.
that tag.
Yeah, because if that had an expiration date on it, that would be great.
But the treasurer's office tracks everybody's rabies vaccinations.
And they have copies of that paperwork as well.
But it's 8 o'clock tonight, right now. If you needed to find somebody's rabies shot, the treasurer's office is closed.
Yes, you're not gonna, and that was another thing that we've talked about with the treasurer's office, getting access to those records electronically after hours.
But if there was a date on the dog's tag, you could see right away with the dog.
On the rabies tag.
On the rabies
We
tag,
don't
yes.
have any control over that. That's the veterinarian.
Okay. Maybe that's something the state.
Got Chairman Forian?
Yes, sir, Mr. Black.
I just got one more question. I saw in there, we do a rabies clinic every 2 years?
We do one every year.
Every year. Yep.
You do one every year? Okay. Okay, so, all right, that's better. All right, I thought I saw every 2 years. All right, thank you, never mind.
Not anymore. Okay. We have completed our public hearing and we've got all questions answered.
If we want to make amendments, it would probably be better rather than trying to do it on the fly to bring back some language for the next meeting and adopt it then.
I don't know. I don't think we have
You're
any
okay?
amendments, actually. All right, so entertain a motion to adopt those changes as noted.
So moved.
Are we still staying? Are we still, hold on one second. Are we still staying with 1 year or are we going with 3 years? Or what are we doing?
We're not going to make any changes right this second.
Okay. All right.
All right, Ms. Long, did you make a motion? Did I hear that correctly?
I think there's discussion now, but I did to approve.
It might be months before they get that straight.
What's that?
It might be a lag before they get all that.
Before the treasurer comes and gives
Correct.
us her recommendation?
You can always bring it
Okay,
back.
so you're suggesting that we adopt the changes now and then when the treasurer comes, if we deem necessary, make an addendum to our ordinance, is that correct? That's what I'm
I
really
would
saying.
venture a guess that if she made changes, they'll be material enough to require another public hearing anyway. So it saves us nothing if we don't. We could
Okay.
approve now and
So
it's done, and then we can just make that.
So you feel comfortable with what, okay, I'm okay with that then. Just want clarification.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, I have a motion from Ms. Long to accept as adopted, or accept as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Underwood. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Those changes, text amendments have been adopted. All right, next item number 5, proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance to address energy and utility uses, including solar energy and energy storage facilities, TXT 03-22 2026. Mr. Hughes.
Sir. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This is a public hearing, TXT 03-2602, for the amendments to the zoning ordinance to address new legislation passed by the General Assembly that will become effective on July 1, 2026, that requires localities in Virginia to allow consideration of solar facilities via the special exception process in the agricultural, industrial, institutional, business, and mixed-use districts. The focus of these proposed amendments is to bring the county's ordinance into compliance with the legislation. The legislation does prescribe regulations for setbacks, fencing, the height of solar panels, the mitigation of visual impacts, light intensity, erosion and stormwater, ground cover, and compliance with state and federal employment laws. And there's an allowance in the code for written siting agreements between applicants and jurisdictions. There is also companion legislation related to energy storage, which is a separate item, that requires energy storage facilities to be allowed as a by right accessory use in a project area of any approved solar facility. This means that the county approves a solar facility, then an energy storage facility becomes a by right accessory use. The language also in this new law notes that these facilities may only be regulated by local ordinances that are in place on July 1, 2026. In short, if the county was to approve a solar ordinance after July 1, any ordinance that prescribes requirements related to those accessory energy battery storage facility that is now a by right accessory use must have been adopted by July 1, 2026. Your packet included copies of this legislation. Staff and the county attorney worked to prepare proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance to ensure compliance with the new legislation. To accomplish compliance with the new laws, the amendments to the ordinance include inserting solar facilities as a use allowed by special exception in each of the required zoning districts. Amendments to the definitions with changes to some existing definitions and the addition of some new definitions as prescribed by the code also. We also deleted a definition because it became a duplicate definition with the new definitions. These amendments also include the readoption of section 23, the solar ordinance and the zoning ordinance that had been repealed by the county. The new section is not a reinstatement of the prior ordinance, as there were items in that ordinance that required changes to comport with the new legislation. The most notable changes remove the solar overlay district language and the removal of items that were in conflict with requirements prescribed by the new legislation, particularly setbacks, fencing, screening. The proposed new section 23 now includes a section related to decommissioning and a section 2 that specifically governs energy storage facilities. In addition to these ordinance amendments, the Planning Commission initiated updates to the comprehensive plan that will consider the addition of policy guidance related to solar facilities. Some of the language that was in the previous solar ordinance will be presented for consideration for inclusion in the comp plan as policy guidance for when reviewing applications for special exceptions related to these facilities. I'm going to go through and provide an overview of the proposed amendments, and I want to point out that the item in the ordinance you received in your packet is a little different because what I'm going to present on the board includes the recommendations of the Planning Commission. They are subbed under the items that were in your packet, so you'll see what was in your packet, and then underneath that, you'll see the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Those will be in blue. There were some minor edits, after we looked at it again for clarity. And then in addition, Mary Hodge, our newest Planning Commission member, added some additional suggestions after the PC hearing that we'll also discuss. And then also Chief Loftus is joining us via phone, and he has a presentation as well.
All right. Well, you want to go ahead and open up our, no?
No. I'd like to go through the items.
Okay.
So Article 2 is where the first changes. That is the definition section. And so in Article 2, the state code prescribed that we create a definition for agrivoltaics. So that definition is included, and I'm not going to read every single one of these definitions word for word, just in the interest of time. But I will note the changes. We did make some changes to the data center language that we added some additional clarification there. We also added to make some changes to our energy storage facility definition. We made some changes to our energy storage project definition. And then we added, we struck major and minor solar facility that were previously in the ordinance that were related to the prior ordinance. We added a definition of energy storage project accessory, which as relates to the code change that makes energy storage facilities as a by right use, as accessory uses. We also created a new definition for private energy generation facility in the ordinance. And then, I said we struck public energy generation facility as it became a duplicate definition based on the updates that we have done. We made some amendments to the public utilities generation definition, where there we note that it excludes photovoltaic projects.
Mr. Hughes, can you go back up to up a little further where we had, okay, a little further than that. That's private. All right, I guess it's private. There's a private and public energy facility.
There's a public utilities generation.
Public utility generation.
Right.
Is that going to only apply to solar, or
No.
it'll apply to everything?
In that definition, you can see it's a system or installation including all associated equipment, structures, apparatuses designed and used for the on-site generation of electricity or thermal energy by a private party through wind turbines, fuel cells, natural gas turbines or engines, small modular nuclear reactors, biomass systems, geothermal systems, or other energy conversion technologies where the energy generated is intended primarily or exclusively to serve the electrical or thermal load of a use or uses located on the same lot or on a contiguous lot under common ownership or control, rather than for sale or transmission into the public utility grid as a primary purpose. The term private generation facility shall not include, and then those are the exclusions there: emergency backup, public utility generation.
And when you go down, well, let me ask my question. I guess you can tell me if it applies. Dominion comes to us and says they want to have a energy generation facility that's not solar. It could be small nuclear reactor or something different. Where would that apply here? Or would it apply here?
Yeah, it would be, that's the definition that would apply to that use.
As a private energy generation? They're not, they're a public corporation, but
Well,
by saying private, it's something.
by saying private, it could be on an entity's property and they were generating it for themselves. Dominion would be a public. And I'll get to Dominion in a minute when we get to the other ones.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But are we saying that somebody could?
No.
Okay, this is just a definition.
It's a definition.
Okay.
That's all we're doing. And the reason we created a definition is because as technology comes along, we wanted to be able to capture whatever that may be so that we didn't have to amend the ordinance every time something popped up. And this definition allows us to, right now, we've covered a great deal of the technology that's out there. This allows us to be able to say, if someone shows up, this is how you're defined, and then the ordinance will dictate how you are going to go through the process. And so your next question, I'm sure, is going to be what that is. And in short, there are going to be special exceptions. So there's essentially no by right uses for these types of facilities anymore. So I just wanted to, yeah, exactly. So then the next definition that we added, I think it's at the near the end, is for solar voltaic project. I think I said that. And then we added a, can you scroll down some more? Yeah. And so then we added the solar voltaic project, and then we changed from the planning commission, excuse me, to today, the definition of substation. Because this definition is we think is a much better definition of substation and broadens it beyond just electric, because there could be other utilities, water, sewer, or something else that may have a substation, gas. And so we also wanted a way to capture those uses as well. So those are the changes in Article 2 definitions. So going to Article 4, which is the Rural Preservation District, we have amended the language in the Rural Preservation District, the statement of intent. We made some changes there. You see the use that require preservation of the rural character by maintaining open and wooded spaces with low residential density that are compatible with conservation and recreation. And then it skips down. We've added some language that says a variety of land uses that require support, that support the conservation of natural resources, discouraging urban sprawl, and incompatible intensive land uses. And so within this district, we have also we alphabetized all of our uses to make it a little bit easier to use. All of those uses are in alphabetical order. And then we, in number 11, we excluded substations from public utilities transmission and distribution. And to be clear there, that is done because power lines that run from a power pole to a house is essentially transmission and distribution. And so that's why that remains as a by right use under the ordinance. So then in the special use category, So in the special use category, for this, we added private energy generation facility. And then number 40, we added substations. So those are the changes in Article 4 in the rural preservation. In the agricultural preservation district, we added as special uses solar voltaic project facility as an accessory and substation. In the business district, we did the same by adding it as a special use, solar voltaic projects and substation as a special use, as well as private energy generation facility. In the industrial district, we did the same. As you can see, private energy generation, solar voltaic, and substation as special uses. And we also did the same in the planned mixed use development district and the planned shopping center district. And then also in the PERT district or the PIP, Planned Industrial Park. And then in Article 15, accessory uses and building uses, we added accessory solar facilities must be in compliance with the height and setback requirements and for the applicable zoning district in which they are located, and 2, any historic agricultural preservation or corridor protection district adopted pursuant Virginia Code 15.2 2306 as amended where the property is located. And then we go to section 23, which is the readopted solar section. And could you scroll back down to the top just a little bit? Just want to note that we changed the name there. It's Solar Voltaic Projects, Energy Storage Facilities and Substations is the title of the district. And then we, if you scroll down, the language right there, the language in red is what was presented in your packet as the purpose and intent. And then the language in blue is the language recommended by the PC. The purpose and intent of the solar energy regulations is to regulate solar energy development so that the public health, safety, and general welfare of the county citizens and businesses is protected. Solar energy development, construction, installation, and operation, shall not negatively impact agricultural, forest lands, endangered species, habitats, conservation lands, scenic views, cultural resources, and other environmentally sensitive lands. These regulations provide land use standards for the underlying zoning district with safeguards to ensure the proper development of facilities that generate electricity by means of solar power. And then continuing down, here in the title of submission requirements, there was the word additional preceded submission, and we just took out the word additional. And then you can see the language that was in your packet there in the red, and then the PC recommended that item 4 read the intended end users of electricity generated by the project during the application process. And then 5, and then it continues. And then here, in item 6, the language in red is what was recommended. And then the PC recommendation is there in blue. It says the approximate location, dimension, and safety data sheets of solar panels, inverters, existing and proposed structures, fencing, property lines, ancillary equipment, transmission lines, vegetation, waterways, and streams, and the location of occupied residencies within 150 to 200 feet of the perimeter of panels, buffer areas, boundaries, and acreage of the development area. And so these are items that will be recommended as part of a generalized development plan for clarification.
Question regarding the footage. So we're only interested in what's in between the 150 to the 200 foot mark? I think I have to scroll back up. Right there.
Yeah.
So that the way I read that, and I read things very literally, if it's 100 feet away, you don't care. If it's 201 feet away, you don't care. You're just interested in what's 150 to 200 feet away.
No, I think it's within 150 to 200 feet. So anything from,
So if I can read it two ways, I can read it as, oh, it's 150 feet, or is it 200 feet? And I would prefer it to be, just say 200 feet. Instead of giving a range that someone can interpret differently, I want to be very specific, say, all right, I want to know what's within 200 feet, period.
okay,
Sorry, that's just me.
no, I understand. So continuing on, the language in these items didn't change. So here there was an addition of 10. Oh, can you scroll back up just to the so at the PC meeting in number 9, the language read, the applicant is encouraged to hold a community meeting. We went back and looked at the Code of Virginia and got clarity that there is no prohibition on community meetings related to the public hearing cases. And so in this instance, we added that the applicant shall hold a community meeting. So as a part of the application process, the applicant will be required to hold a community meeting to inform the public of, what they're proposing to do.
Right there, Mr. Hughes. It's in your definition, but for those who haven't seen it, shall is required, may is optional.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so they have to do a public
They have
meeting.
to do a public, that's exactly correct. And so PC recommendations included the addition of equipment letdown and storage yards to be identified. The inclusion of material safety data sheets shall be required for solar panels. A notarized letter executed by a corporate signatory must be submitted by the applicant confirming that no PFAs, forever chemicals, are contained in the panels, equipment, or inverters. And then also see Section 9 of the design standards. And then 12, emergency lighting needs to be on site and mobile. And then 13, documentation of how much water and or chemical will be required to clean and maintain the facility. That would include panels and a list of chemicals used, and the frequency of cleaning is required. So those are additions that the PC recommended as well. These were changes that were done to comport with the new code. And most of these in this section were, like I said, though this is where the state code prescribes these requirements. And so the county, we don't have choice in these requirements here as it relates to solar panels. So the PC also recommended some language here related to vegetation. And it says native vegetation and pollinator species shall be incorporated into landscape plans and natural areas. The planting of non-native plant species is prohibited. The prior language said discouraged. If non-native species must be utilized, such planting shall not constitute more than 25% of all new plantings unless the landscaping design professional determines that additional non-native plantings are necessary to meet the desired buffering standards. Invasive species controls shall be incorporated into all plans.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir.
Question. Is crepe myrtle a native plant?
As long as I've been in Virginia, they have been.
I'll agree with that. that's a big bite. There are a lot of shrubs, trees that VDOT uses that we have every day around here that are fine, that are not native to Virginia. And I'm just afraid that we might handcuff ourselves a little bit. And I don't know what the right answer is. I just know that that's great to say, but in application, I would love to have chestnut trees, but they're all gone. That's a native plant. But
Well, I will say this, the DEQ does provide a list of native and invasive species. So there's some guidance out there. So
that might solve everything then. Okay.
But you can't say it's prohibited and then in the next sentence say, if you're gonna use what's prohibited.
I think
so the language is meant to discourage non-native plants.
And maybe you should go back to discouraged, because you can't say it's prohibited. You know, you can't run with scissors, but while you're running with scissors, please be careful. I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
Mr. Thomas, I understand, and like I said, that's language that was recommended by the PC. So you know, you can change that as you
Go
see
back to
fit.
discouraged.
Or
I mean, it would make sense if it said discouraged, or must be approved.
Must be prioritized.
Must be approved. Because if you plant bamboo, you're in trouble. Oh, somebody's got bamboo in their yard, I could tell. But yeah, I mean,
they didn't have it in the yard.
the neighbor plant, and that's what happened. So I mean, maybe change prohibited to, or is prohibited to must be approved.
well, like I said, the prior language was discouraged. So I mean, how you would like to change it? If you want to.
Okay. Well, I mean, seems to me it's, you say it's prohibited and then the next sentence says, well, if you're gonna do the prohibited thing, do this. I just didn't think it makes sense, but all right, we can discuss it.
Yeah, I think that needs some work there.
Well, like I said,
Right.
that language is recommended by the PC. If you scroll upward, the original language that's the original language that was in the code.
So let's compare the two.
The only change
see.
is the word prohibitive, and those are the changes there in red.
I think
I mean, whatever the board's pleasure. I mean, that's you know.
Okay.
So scrolling down, continue, please. So these are again changes that are required by the Code of Virginia. New language required by the code, the height required by the code. And then here, the PC recommended that this language be inserted noise study to be formed at the property boundary by the applicant prior to and post construction, as well as at locations in a 1 mile radius. Noise should not exceed 55 decibels at the perimeter and should not be evident at the peripheral location subject to revocation of the permit. So, continue.
let me go back to your line. There, before you go.
Oh, can you scroll back up, please?
Let me see your link.
Go above.
12.
Yeah.
So in 10, the language just says it should.
Correct.
Correct.
And I think that's what it was when I listened to the planning commission meeting was that.
Well, I think
that's our.
Well, the other critical statement in there is revocation of the permit.
Yeah.
And I mean that. So, okay, continue.
Yeah.
So there again, the setbacks are prescribed by the Code of Virginia. And then here the PC recommended adding language, provide the frequency with which panels will be cleaned and a list of chemicals utilized for cleaning. Also, PC recommendation obligation to remove damaged or dislodged components following any severe weather event, including high winds, hailstorms, hurricanes, tornadic activity, or similar acts of God. The developer or operator shall inspect the facility for damage or debris within 48 hours. Any panel, equipment, structural damage, or component part dislodged, detached, broken, or deposited off-site, partially buried, fragmented, or degraded, identified as sharp, flammable, or otherwise hazardous, shall be fully removed, legally disposed of within 30 days of the event unless granted an extension by the county.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
I've just got a quick question. Can you go back to the setbacks, please?
Sure.
So I see in there the setbacks areas between 100 and 120 feet from the edge of tidal wetlands and so forth. So are there setbacks of 50 and 100 feet? That's what I want to talk about that a little bit later on more in detail. But my question to you, is that something with these setbacks that the state is saying, hey, we have to do, or can we make it even more stringent than that on the setbacks?
No, the state has prescribed those specifically. So we don't
Okay.
have a choice in that.
Okay, so that's all right. Thank you.
Oh, Max wants a point of clarification.
Just a point of clarification, those ranges that are identified, the board does have authority to select a specific distance within that range. Right now, it's set up that by any special exception permit, those could be conditioned within any of those ranges as shown on the GDP, but there is authority to identify by ordinance a number within those ranges.
Within the 150 to 200?
Correct.
Okay, that's an easy decision. Thank you.
All right. Continue on, sir. So keep going. We just talked about that, I think. So this continues recommendations by the PC, third-party environmental contractor requirement, and then some other requirements there. Continue. So here's language that was included. The PC recommended any changes to the ownership of the project shall require an updated decommissioning plan and surety reflecting the same. Notice shall be provided to the county within 30 days of sale or transfer or lease of the property, or panel changes that will give a new assessed value and a new financial guarantee shall be provided by the new leaseholder or property owner. Continue. Oh, can you scroll just up a little bit? So here is where there's language the Board of Supervisors may amend the provisions of 23.3 with the approval of exciting agreement or the issuance of a special exception permit, provided the board finds that the amended provisions protect the health, safety, and welfare and general welfare of the public. And then this language comports with what the PC recommended along those lines. And then here it's important because there is language in the state code that does allow citing agreements, so, as I pointed out earlier. Continue on. There's language related to decommissioning. The PC recommended language that says a decommissioning plan prepared by a professional engineer licensed in the Commonwealth, and then they added including a complete list of all materials to be decommissioned and material safety data sheets for each item. And here is new language again in accordance with the Code of Virginia. And all of this is related to decommissioning. And I had a note. Ms. Long?
I'm sorry, could you go back up to where it says the decommissioning of the panels? You were going a little too fast. I can't remember exactly what that said, but they have to be removed to where? Does it say? I don't remember reading that. So that they don't get put in our
I think you're
tris. They gotta just get rid of them somewhere outside of here.
I don't think it prescribes specifically where they have to be removed to.
I just don't want them in our landfill.
No.
So we can put that on as a condition, like they have to be recycled at a certified recycling facility.
You could certainly, as through the special use process, yeah, there's opportunities for conditions as well. So
And what about, I know in our conditions we had that we worked so hard on, we had a stormwater management plan for the washing of the panels and making sure it didn't run off into creeks and stuff. We can add that.
we have added some language that relates to that in energy storage facilities.
These are panels. This is an, we're talking, yeah.
Yeah, well,
So
that
we
is,
can
so
add
that
it.
is part of the reason for the requirement to produce the chemicals that are going to be used and the frequency that they're going to be used. If they come in and, there's a hazardous material that they want to wash those panels with, then that could set up the situation where we could require additional capture of runoff.
Yeah, we also don't want a big rainstorm coming like we had the other night and washing stuff off on somebody else's property. So I
Well,
was
that
just
would be,
wondering where we were going to go with that.
yeah, that would be covered under the ENS provision in stormwater management.
Mr. Sheila?
The one thing I didn't see that the planning commission, and I know all that was fast and furious, was no wells could be constructed on the site and water used for the facility. Did that make it, I didn't see it in my version and I just wanted to make sure that it made it because that
Thank
was a
you.
long, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd agree. I think we may have not have included.
I didn't know if that, I know all this is fast and
Yeah.
furious, so I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
just triggered when you're washing panels, the water's gotta come from somewhere. And I thought it was a great idea not to take any water from the site to be used.
Yes, and Mr. C, that becomes extremely important when we start to talk about the requirements for energy storage facilities and that as well. So continue. Hang on one second. Can you scroll back down just a little bit? I was just trying to confirm, Ms. Long, if we identified where it had to go.
As far as the decommissioning or
The panels when they got removed, yeah, if they were damaged or.
I don't believe the location of where the decommissioned panels would be taken is prescribed in the ordinance.
Right.
There is structurally a decommissioning agreement and a decommissioning plan that is required to be incorporated into that agreement, and those both have to be approved by the county. So it's certainly something that could be captured at that moment, if not in a special exception condition. If it were to be added, it could be in this ordinance, but it's not in there right now.
Okay, but we could take care of that and add it. That way we don't have to worry about missing it at decommissioning time. Okay.
And to your other question, Supervisor Long, the criteria required by the state now say the solar facility will comply with DEQ stormwater regs, but that's the maximum that the county can require.
All right, continue. So can you go back, scroll? I think it's important language here. So here, this relates to surety. And then the addition of the 10% allowance for administrative costs. And then the requirement that the person preparing the plan have experience in preparing decommissioning cost estimates. The decommissioning cost estimate and corresponding approval of financial instrument shall be updated every 5 years after approval of the first decommissioning plan to adjust for inflation, account for advancements in technology and processes for decommissioning, salvaging, or repowering of renewable energy facilities, and make any other necessary changes. And there's an additional administrative fee with that process. Continue. And then here's language that was recommended by the Planning Commission. And it talked about simply removing bond and allowing the surety to be a irrevocable letter of credit, and it inserted cash as well. So here the PC recommended the addition of items 15 and 16 uh, related to threatened and endangered species. This is any area of the project determined as habitat for threatened or endangered species shall be excluded. And then there's identification of the water sources. And here's language related to commencement of construction within 12 months. And then that is section 1 of, and then we go to section 2. And this is not underlined because everything in here is all new language as it relates to energy storage facilities specifically. And so there's the purpose and intent that was in your packet. And then if you scroll, here's the PC recommended some changes to the purpose and intent. And I believe there should probably be a change in that first line that says regulate energy storage development versus solar development. And then it's essentially the same as prior, but it strikes those middle paragraphs there. Continue. Here for project description, the PC recommended language, it says a narrative identifying the applicant, owner, and operator and describing the proposed energy storage facility, including an overview of the project, its location, and a maintenance plan for the project, the approximate rated capacity of the energy storage facility, and a description of ancillary facilities, as well as the type of storage components and the composition of material being used, included in the enclosure.
Did we have a chance here to add a fire plan or a safety plan? That's later
That's
on.
coming.
Oh. You want me to just wait? I know.
So here are also requirements for a generalized development plan. You can scroll down, please. Here, the PC recommended adding a data sheet on the exact type and size of the storage device should be included in the application requests. And then here, in item D, the PC recommended removing this item. Staff would recommend that this stay because if in the event there is an event, then this prescribes procedures necessary to deal with it during the decommissioning process. That there shouldn't be any events, I think was the rationale. So here in the community section, we again changed it so that the applicant shall hold a community meeting. And then here are general requirements for all storage facilities. So these requirements are applicable to any energy storage facility that comes into the county or proposes to come into the county. And I think the majority of the recommendations from the PC were additions at the end. So if you want to go, so critical, I think here to the runoff question. So can you scroll back up to the 5? So this requirement here, number 5, all individual battery storage containers shall be insulated with an acid-proof liner and be placed on a type V concrete or equivalent type concrete pad that has a containment base that is at least 3 feet wider than the container and have a depth of at least 6 inches. that connects to a central drainage system that connects to a containment facility that is lined with an acid-proof material to prevent leaching of materials. If the batteries will produce sulfuric acid, the containment facility must be enclosed to prevent the escape of vapor.
And Mr. Hughes, this is where the comment that you and I talked about that I had and Planning Commission brought up is there should be 100,000 gallons of storage, and we'll get to that with Chief Loftus's presentation on battery storage. But not only should it be contained, but I think it needs to be covered because not knowing what that material is, anything can get into it. So I think no matter what it is, it needs to be, whether it's sulfuric acid or something else, and we actually wash that down or have to use the water for cooling. You don't know what's in it. At that point, it needs to be completely contained. I moved this in my comments to here. I see it at the end, and I know fishing all this in isn't easy, but I think it needs to be, sort of continuous about this is what we expect and this is how we expect to do that. So, and when we get to my comments, I'll give you that so that you can write it.
Okay, and then the next item on this list is each site shall install a monitoring well at the perimeter of the project for each drainage area. Soils within a radius of 20 feet of the monitoring well should be sampled and conduct with the results reported to the Caroline County and the Department of Environmental Quality annually after each event that results in the repair or maintenance of a container or every 3 years. So, and then requirements for in the event, for a thermal event, an isolation zone of 300 feet around the incidence area shall be established until complete remediation of hazards is complete. Each battery storage container shall maintain a 50-foot spatial separation. And that is based on, and you'll hear more about this from Chief Loftus, that 50 feet is designed to prevent heat transfer so that if in the event there is an incident, then you would hopefully contain that to a single container and not have heat transfer to the other containers. Air ventilation and fire suppression systems for any indoor and outdoor installations will be required. All energy storage facilities will comply with all provisions of NFPA 855 as amended. Each battery storage container or building shall install and maintain a fire safety system with automatic fire alarm and detection systems and extinguishing technology built in and approved by the Caroline County building official, designed in accordance with NFPA 855 standards as amended and the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code. And then any requirements that are essential to the public safety of an existing or proposed facility, building, or structure, or for the safety of the occupants thereof that are not specifically provided for by this code shall be determined by the Caroline County building official. And then, hang on, slow down. And then, Mr. Thomas, here's your question about an emergency action plan. An action plan approved by the fire chief that includes procedures for safe shutdown, de-energizing or isolation of equipment and systems under the emergency conditions to reduce the risk of fire, electric shock, and personal injuries, and safe startup following cessation of emergency conditions, procedures for annual inspection and testing of associated alarms, interlocks, and controls, procedures to be followed in response to notification of system alarms or out of range conditions that could signify potentially dangerous conditions, including shutting down equipment, summoning service for repair or repair personnel, and providing agreed upon notification to the fire department personnel if required. Emergency procedures to be followed in case of fire, explosion, release of liquids or vapors, damage of critical moving parts, or other potentially dangerous conditions. Response considerations similar to a safety data sheet that will address response safety, concerns, and extinguishment, even if the SDS is not required by another code or standard. Procedures for handling energy storage system equipment damaged in a fire or other emergency event, including contact information for personnel qualified to safely remove damaged energy storage systems equipment from the facility, and procedures and schedules for conducting drills and training exercises for local first responders on the contents of the plan and appropriate response procedures at the operator's expense, a plume analysis, then an RCA post-fire large leak hazardous material release, thermal runaway, and other owners. Post-fire large leak hazardous materials release, thermal runaway, and the owner's expense. Yeah, thank you. And then the PC recommended the addition of no start to the facility if a fire occurs until the storage device is removed from the facility and a complete inspection is performed by a third party and report submitted to the continues to the county. And then these are additions recommended by the PC. Storage systems should not be located within a quarter of a mile of wetlands. All runoff drain into an on-site storage containment tank, which should have the capacity to hold 100,000 gallons or more to prevent the loss of water containing hazardous materials to escape and allow water to cool down. Require and record to know the depth of the groundwater at the site and the depth of the substrate at the bottom of the water table. Water testing prior to construction on site and annually, as well as immediately following emergency event and monthly after for 1 year period. Report to be submitted to the county and officials and DEQ. Adjacent property wells to be tested at commencement of construction and monitored should a hazardous emergency occur. The applicant shall provide the county an irrevocable letter of credit or cash for violations and fines. Continue, please. All reporting requirements should be submitted to the solar department at DEQ. And a requirement for battery conditioning and reporting. Required documentation of housing container temperature, monitoring, recording, and reporting. The applicant shall provide water storage tanks on the site for fire suppression with a volume of water equivalent to the amount needed to fill 5 individual containers for use during an event. And so at the Planning Commission, they prescribed a very specific number relative to this. And when we started thinking about this, the containers are different sizes. And so your water requirement could be different depending on the size of the container. So if you prescribe a specific number, you could be in a situation where you may not have enough water to prevent the thermal heat exchange. And so here we looked at it and we based it on the volume that would fill 5 containers. And so typically, if containers are placed side by side, front and back, then that would be enough water to contain the immediate area of an event. It provided some rational nexus to coming up rather than just throwing out an arbitrary number of specific gallons.
Because basically what you want is them to have enough water to fill however many containers they have out there, just in case, right?
In the immediate area, because they're not gonna, unless there's a thermal runaway, they're not all going to, go up at one time. And the thought is that there'd be water there sufficient enough to maintain the surrounding containers from overheating. And then with the suppression systems, there are different types of suppression systems that include a flooding scenario. So if an alarm goes off and you have a container, there are suppression systems that fill those containers with water. So you could have water, they'd be inside of a bottle, so to speak. So there's also a requirement for so then item 25 was also added. The applicant shall be responsible for all costs incurred by the county for review and verification of required data reports required by this code. So essentially, if we have to go out and hire an expert to provide us some guidance on anything that they provide us, then that is at the cost of the applicant. So, financial reports and analysis. The PC did recommend here where it relates to real estate value impact on nearby properties. They wanted to add the language by an independent third party. Then there's a root cause analysis, which is essentially a debrief that analyzes and reports back what happened, the incident debrief. It's post-notice construction. And then here, rather than restate all of the decommissioning requirements, then we refer back to the decommissioning requirements that were identified in the solar section. That's a max questions.
It essentially means this for that. So anywhere where it would make sense to substitute energy storage facility within the previous section, you just substitute that word. That is Latin.
And then there's the new section 3 that relates to substations, and then there are specific setbacks prescribed by the substations, 500 foot for principal structures of the substation or connector station, and then 250 feet for any inverters or transformers. And then there's a clause at the end that says the board may modify the setbacks as part of a special exception as it deems necessary to ensure adequate buffer yards and screening to mitigate the visibility of the substation from the exterior of the property to occupied residential structures, public facilities, places of worship, and public rights of way, and on-site conditions specific to the project. So, language there that gives the board some flexibility in terms of imposing conditions as the board deems appropriate. And that concludes, I believe, all of the language. So I'd be happy to hear your comments. I think Chief Loftus is with us and has a presentation, and now we'll get good time for his presentation.
No, I think that was me. I turned my mic on.
Mr.
I
Ford,
just wanted to say, Mr. Hughes, you and the Planning Commission, there's a couple of members here. You guys did a great job in turning this around under such short time and basically under duress. So we appreciate your hard work and just wanted to say thank you.
and actually, that's why I have my mic on first to say the same thing, is that I know these are tedious things to do. I've served on planning commissions, and you're under the gun, and planning commission and you and your staff done a good job getting us a start on this. None of us knew this was coming, and much thanks to the endeavor.
Well,
We haven't endured tedious yet because Mr. Seeley hasn't gone yet.
I was gonna say.
Just kidding.
No, you're right. You can all sit back, or I have a number of comments, but it's just more of a technical nature from working in the field before. It's not fair to our staff to expect everything to come from just them.
I think it's Chief there.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Just before Chief goes, looking at the changes, my question was, I listened to the Planning Commission meeting. I thought they did an outstanding job of going through item by item. I think that's was appropriate tonight. My question that I always, the state recommended certain language that we have to follow, correct?
As it relates to solar facilities,
As it relates to
yes.
solar.
Yes.
The battery part, so we can have a solar project without battery, correct?
Well, yes,
but
and no, because, and the reason I say that is because solar projects are going to have to go through a public process.
Right.
Okay. As a part of that public process, the rezoning, then an applicant could potentially proffer out battery storage as a use, as an accessory use. But the new code prescribes that if you were to, let's say, just approve a solar facility with no conditions or no proffers or anything, then a battery storage facility is a
To the
by
by right,
right.
right,
use.
right.
That is
I want,
correct.
I want to come back, but you still didn't really answer my question.
Okay.
Can you have A without B? And would that then need to be restricted by the board during a special exception? Or, I guess that is my question. Can there be A without B?
Yeah, I think you can do A without B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, the battery storage to me is probably the most cumbersome and the most issue that we see going forward. The language that we're looking at and the planning commission has looked at were the recommendations, the state recommendation, and how far did we move from there to where we are in terms of language? Is there anything that could be considered arbitrary from our attorney's perspective, or we move too far to the left, that we need to take more time and look at it to do a better job of configuring the language? Or are we okay based on the language that we have tonight?
Well, I would say this. I mean, you guys are giving out thanks. We owe a lot of thanks to our attorneys for helping us with this and working hand in hand. And the big reason is to be sure that we comply with the state
Right.
code. Because the last thing that we want to have happen is to have an ordinance that flies in the face of the state code or doesn't comport with the state code, and then we have it challenged.
Right, and
So that-
that was my concern, is that
Right.
I don't want to be challenged in court because we've moved away from the intent of but we've taken all of the purviews necessary to protect the county as we adopt this ordinance, because we have to adopt it by July. So are we in any way out of the range from where we need to be? I guess is my
Sure.
question.
Without going into legal advice and open meeting, I will say the state law, there is nothing that mandates treatment of energy solar other than, as Leon mentioned, that it is
Right.
permitted by right as accessory as part of special exception uses. So there is a great deal of latitude there in the policy making, I would say. The way that the new state law will work effective July 1 is that it will preempt any ordinance that is inconsistent with the criteria that it has outlined. So
Okay.
to the extent something ends up being inconsistent, only, somebody in a black
Only that
robe
challenge
can
will-
tell,
that challenge will bring it to the table then.
That's correct. So
Okay.
we would have to
So
work
we're
out,
okay. So, okay.
we'd have to work those issues out on a
Okay,
case by case
good.
basis.
Okay. So until there's a challenge, we're basically good, and we need to be as restrictive as we can now, because if there's a challenge, it'll come as a result of our restrictions. Is that correct?
I would say broadly speaking.
Okay.
yes.
I'm good.
Let me, before you sit down, Max, let me follow up on your question. If somebody came to us with just solar, the way I read all of this stuff is that they could at any time add battery storage because it's a by right accessory no matter what they had as any conditions. Is that true?
That is true absent a creative workaround using a siting agreement or conditional zoning or something like that.
Because they can put in the conditions all they want, but this is by right. So I could build a house, have no shed, for example, and add a shed anytime, as long as I fit within the building code and kept it under, I don't know, 177 square feet or some number. But I could always do that. And if there's not a number of sheds, I could add them as many times as I wanted until somebody complained about the number and then there's nothing in the code about. I'm just making sure that everybody understands that the state has told us we have to allow solar. And if that's allowed, they automatically get battery storage, and there's there's almost nothing we can do to stop that.
That is correct, up into the megawatt limit of the approved solar
Facility. So if they have 10 megawatts, they can have 10 megawatt battery or something. There's an electrical conversion, but just for simple terms, that's what it would be.
Correct.
Okay.
So, point of
But now,
clarification.
Jeff, if they proffer out battery storage to have their solar approved, that proffer out stays with the property, right?
Correct. A conditional zoning is not addressed as part of a special exception approval. So I think that is a different animal.
But they've got to put in writing they're never doing battery.
Right.
And they could come back.
They
And
could
we'd
come
have
back
a
and
hard,
have
and we'd have a hard time because they can do it by right. I mean, I'm not going to litigate this, but I'm just saying that that's the potential.
I think it would be a hard time, and we probably should stop talking about this.
So I do want to make one point before we move on, and that is, it's clear the county does not have to approve the special exception. I just want to be clear on that. The code says you have to have a process that they have to go through. It does not mandate that you approve the special exception. I just want to be clear that everyone understands that. The state mandated you have a process, but the discretion is still lies with the board, whether or not that special exception is approved or not.
Thank you for that.
Chief Barnett?
Oh,
okay. I was like, I don't see him here. Okay.
Can you hear me, Mr. Forehand?
I can.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
I'll shorten this presentation up a little bit from the Planning Commission. I'm going to take a different approach here. MJ, you can go to the next slide. Okay, we're going to look at just battery energy storage and really looking at electrochemical batteries. So there's other types of batteries, but really when people think of a BES system, they're really thinking of electrochemical type systems. And we're going to take it from an emergency management standpoint rather than just the fire department, because any issue in a battery storage facility will involve resources outside of Caroline County, state, local, federal perhaps. And it gives a good framework for some of the things we're going to talk about. So right now we're in the prevention part, which is going to cover codes and ordinances and zoning. We'll move to mitigation, which covers building codes and standards, some of the hazard mitigation, risk assessment pieces, preparedness. That's the training and equipping and the emergency response plan that we'll talk about here in a minute. Response is obviously the fire department responding into that property or other agencies. And then finally, recovery. And the big thing in the recovery is the root cause analysis. And Leon touched on that in his presentation, but that is one thing we wanted to see added to the plan. Next slide. And okay. So in any battery energy storage facility, we're going to look at 4 major areas. Number 1 is fire. If you think of a typical lithium ion battery, there's been plenty of fires across the country with that technology. And again, fire seems to be the biggest impact for folks. There's also the risk of explosion. All batteries, as they degrade, give off gases. Those gases are flammable or can be flammable depending on the technology. And so you have a risk of explosion. Third is a toxic plume. This is all of the chemicals that are burning in the batteries, the heavy metals, that will move across the area. And we really need to know the plume effect for things like evacuation and shelter in place areas. And all the time that plume is moving, it is dropping particulate onto the ground and creating the next factor, which is an environmental impact. So when we look at any battery technology, these are the 4 big areas that we're going to evaluate with that technology and then what comes next. And obviously, I would argue the environmental impact with most of these is your biggest issue overall. Next slide. All right. Most people, when we talk about battery energy storage, kind of go to the very top line, and that's the lithium ion phosphate type battery, the most predominant one. Generally, they're small cells that are linked into a larger battery and linked together. And if you can see that risk chart, we have fire, explosion, toxic plume, and environmental risk at the top. That lithium phosphate battery is kind of a moderate risk in all of those categories. There are other battery technologies that are out there that could be used in any of the battery storage facility. The next one down is a flow battery, and Leon touched on that a little bit. That actually uses large tanks, and they have electrolyte in the tank, and the electrolyte has an acid like sulfuric acid and vanadium, a heavy metal, that move from one tank to another, and electrons are passed and power is generated. You can go down to the sodium sulfur at the very bottom, which is an older technology, extremely flammable, extremely high on the fire risk and explosion risk. So something we would not want to see at all come to the county because of its nature. So any of these technologies here are out and about in the public. And when we evaluate any battery storage, the first question you need to ask is what technology you're using and what threats come with that individual technology. Next slide. All right. I just want to talk a little bit about some of the existing code compliance issues that are out there and explain a few things as we go through this. Any facility that would come to Caroline, its first interaction would be with our building official. And there's a lot of stuff that is in code already through the Virginia Construction Code, the International Fire Code, all of the other mechanical codes that go with it. All today have sections on energy storage. So he would be the first one interfacing with those individual codes. We did add to the ordinance the addition of NFPA 855, which is basically the standard, base standard for the fire service on battery energy storage. Our current Virginia code cannot get to that. Neither the general code or the ISC doesn't reference the 855 standard. So we added that to the ordinance. I would imagine the next code cycle, Virginia adds that as a standard requirement moving forward. And I'll talk about 855 in particular and why it's important. And then the last part is the Virginia Fire Code. All right. This is adopted by the Commonwealth and it's enforced by the state fire marshal or a local fire marshal. So all the things that are in the construction code and all the things that are in 855, after the building has its CO, no longer are the purview of the building official, but become purview of what's called the fire official. And just to remind everybody, Caroline County has not adopted the fire code, and we do not have periodic enforcement by a fire marshal's office or code official office. I'm certainly not advocating that, but a lot of the things that are mentioned in 855 get turned over to the fire marshal. Today, the state fire marshal inspects Caroline County in Mass. So I just want to point that out to everybody, that there would be no periodic inspection by the fire department in any of these facilities. And over time, that may become an issue that the board may want to look at. All right, next slide. This is the NFPA 855. I just want to go over the importance of that because I think it can answer a lot of questions. Because we're making this part of the ordinance, businesses would have to comply with this. 855 does a lot of things. The first thing it does is it requires the business to do a hazard mitigation analysis and provide that to the county. And that's going to take in all of the technology and the chemistry that is being used in their batteries. It is going to apply certain types of destruction testing, thermal runaway testing, what kind of training need to be provided to our first responders and such. All of that will be in the hazard analysis piece. From that drives the emergency response plan. Again, something that the company has to develop and bring to the county. And that would be how any emergency event is going to run at that facility and how local responders will interact with that. Part of that is training directly on that emergency response plan, both initial and periodic. Again, looking at the technology out of the hazard mitigation analysis, that would require whether there's gas monitoring system on batteries or just a battery monitoring system. And as I mentioned, most all batteries have what's called a BMS, and that monitors charge ratios, discharge, recharge rates, life cycle of the individual battery. And you can get some data from that if the battery is going to go bad. You can also get that same data, depending on the technology, from gas. As the batteries start to degrade, they start to release things like CO and other gases that can be picked up and monitored as a secondary means of determining that a thermal runaway may exist in the condition of a battery. And then lastly, the emergency systems related to the technology. So that could be automatic sprinkler systems, suppressions, automatic venting. If the gas is being built up in there, it would automatically be tied into the venting system, the emergency shutdown procedures for that particular chemical. And again, it's really important, not everything is a fire risk. Some batteries are strictly a chemical leak risk. So they may not have all of these things. So it's important that the ordinance be flexible enough to pick up the technologies we know of and the technologies in the future. Next slide. MJ, if you can go all the way to the last slide. So I just want to show two battery facilities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. This one you're looking at right here is in Rockingham. It is the largest right now in Virginia. And as we talked earlier in the ordinance, or Leon did, about separation, I think we all can agree these battery containers are way too close together. If one of those has a problem, we're not going to be able to get any kind of equipment down there to cool either battery on any of the four sides. Working in that area would be very difficult in any means. And we compare that, if you go back one slide. Here's a battery facility in Chesterfield, a much different layout, a more spread out layout. If we have an issue in one of those batteries, it'll become much easier to contain that fire to that individual battery unit. And in the ordinance, we put 50 feet between each of the containers. We didn't want to go any larger because what that would do is make the footprint of that facility extremely large. So 50 foot was kind of the number that we settled on. But those are what modern battery energy storage facilities look like. We wanted to make sure that we did not have any indoor storage of batteries, like a building just to house batteries and workers to come in and out, because those have been some of the largest fires in the country with battery storage. So these shipping container type batteries seem to be the safest modality of doing this. And again, it gives you good separation. So if something does happen, you have the ability to get there. All of these, when you look at environmental risk, if we have a fire in there, all of the chemicals that are coming off on that battery as we put water on it are going into the ground. So I think Mr. Seeley will talk about containment and obviously access to water. Not all the places we have in the county have municipal water systems. If we have a battery storage facility in Sparta, it's going to be very difficult for us to get enough water there for the duration of time that one of these could go to thermal runaway. There's no guarantee that they will, but again, it is a possibility, and it's a fairly good possibility looking across the country. So because we're talking about solar today and battery energy storage, I think it's important to know that the state also passed another bill that put some requirements on Dominion and Appalachia Power that they would have to do an increasing amount of battery storage, I think until 2041. So we're going to see more of these type facilities, whether they're hooked to solar or they're hooked to utility sites. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Actually, if you could, maybe you know this answer, we being a Dillon Rule State, can we make NFPA 855 the Caroline specific? Can we adopt that as a county? Are we permitted to do that?
That would be a question for the attorney since we don't have the fire code.
Yeah.
Have that answer.
It's being adopted as part of the zoning performance standards, so it isn't being adopted as a supplement necessarily to the building code.
Okay.
So we believe there's broad enough authority within the regulation of uses and structures under zoning for that to be incorporated.
So it's specific to that zoning, not just a general rule like.
Correct.
What
It's not being
Chesterfield has fought this 25 years ago with something else specific for yard
correct.
fire.
It is not a standard imposed generally. It is specific to the use performance standard.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one for the chief.
Mr. Underwood.
Yeah. Chief Loftus, my question regarding a fire marshal, the role of the fire marshal within the county how would that work within your office in terms of responsibilities, and what benefit would it be to us to begin looking at the process, be it 6 months or sooner than that?
So, you know, I kind of throw the term fire marshal and fire official out being equal. I think it's important to define it. By code, the fire official is someone that has been authorized by the locality to enforce the provisions of the fire code. And that's where we want to stay. A fire marshal often indicates both code enforcement and police powers and fire investigation. And I would leave the fire investigation and the police powers to the sheriff's office. They do that function now, and I don't see a huge benefit for us taking on that role. When it comes to code enforcement, I want to make sure we're very clear. If the county does choose to adopt the fire code, we would have to enforce it across the board in all commercial occupancies. Now, the board can adopt a standard saying, you know, things like all restaurants will be inspected twice a year, or all these types of industrial buildings will be done every 3 years. You can adopt a periodic table, but it must be done across the board. We couldn't just say we're going to enforce the code at battery energy storage or down at Meadow Event or somewhere else. The issue, and the reason we haven't talked about that is, quite honestly, we don't have fires in commercial occupancies. And it would be hard for me to tell you that we need to do more inspection in commercial buildings to prevent fires when we don't have a lot of those. I just bring it up here because a lot of the codes require, you know, periodic inspections, and we will not be doing that, you know, post the CO.
Mr. Thomas.
Chief, I had a question regarding the list of battery types that you put up.
Yep.
I did not see graphene batteries, which I think is a fairly new 25-year-old technology. Can we, and I guess for the lawyer, can we require any battery storage system to just use that particular battery type?
There is, again, the county is going to be relying on broad zoning authority in order to adopt this ordinance. The full scope of that, I couldn't opine on specifically. There would certainly be opportunities for challenge the narrower that regulation gets.
So theoretically, if I were to say that was the only storage type of battery we would allow, someone using another type of battery would say we're too restrictive.
Correct. If there wasn't sufficient factual basis to make that restriction in the ordinance. And even then, it would be subject to challenge.
Yeah, we probably should have had him in the closed meeting before, but okay.
Yeah, I think it is a good faith use of the police, of the zoning powers. I couldn't say for sure it would be upheld.
Yeah,
Like going to Vegas?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, you still there with us?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to try to summarize, and you let me know if your understanding is different. The building official is responsible for building it safely to our standards. And then when he's put the CO, it's a certificate of occupancy. Once the CO is issued, typically the enforcement of fire codes and other standards for the operation of the facility is turned over to the fire marshal's office or whatever the designee is. And what I think you're saying is that we really don't have that entity right now beyond the certificate of occupancy being issued. We don't have that ongoing to make sure exit signs, to make sure sprinklers are tested, accordingly alarms are tested, things like that. We don't have that functionality, at least not a robust functionality of that currently. Is that a?
You are correct. You're 100% correct. And given, and the reason it's coming up here is given the threat of that type of facility, you would probably need someone to go in there to make sure that the gas detection is still on, you know, the battery monitoring system is still working. And you would all do that under a permit process for that business. But again, if you choose to go down that path, it's going to affect every occupancy, commercial occupancy in the county.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I just want that to be known. We will not be inspecting.
But that wouldn't be a bad thing, would it, Chief?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. And I'm not opposed to it. I'm just giving you the facts that as I come before you, I can't say that we have a lot of fires and commercial occupancies today.
He's saying we're solving a problem.
And so it's hard.
We haven't really needed.
That's correct.
But there aren't enough commercial properties for inspections and insurance of compliance with fire suppression and other safety factors, I would think, within the county, and yet growing in terms of industrial.
Yeah, I think you can certainly, as a board, look at that if that's a service we want to pick up. As you get more industrial, I would certainly think that's going to become a bigger and bigger issue for you. So right now, the state fire marshal is supposed to be doing those inspections. If they would be doing in the battery energy storage or the data centers, I don't know. So
Chief, we have
Max. Wanted to make sure that
Max is ready to say something.
I don't mean to interrupt that discourse. I thought of perhaps a more productive way for me to answer Mr. Thomas's question about the restriction on the type of battery energy, which is to provide the additional context that as proposed, the ordinance does not allow for energy storage facilities as a standalone use anywhere. So the universe in which these would be occurring as mandated by the state would be accessory to solar special exception. And so there is still going to be that special exception process in order to more fully evaluate what is being proposed under the application using that NFPA 855 standard that the chief was referencing. So there would be an opportunity for a more detailed analysis and conditions to be placed on potentially that energy storage facility. Correct.
Thank you. All right, are we ready to open up public hearing for everybody? All right, we are the moment everyone's been waiting for. We're going to open up our public hearing for proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance to address energy and utility uses, including solar and energy storage facilities, TXT 03-2026. Our public hearing is now open. If you would like to speak on this matter, you get 3 minutes. Please come on down now. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Caroline County Board of Supervisors. My name is Rick Hanley, and I'm a resident of the Bowling Green District. I'm speaking to ask you to stand with the overwhelming majority of Caroline County citizens by taking a firm stand regarding data centers and, in this case, solar farms, by making it extremely difficult for these facilities to be built in the future in our county. In reality, this is about two things. Number one, government overreach by politicians in Richmond. And number two, protecting our quality of life and ensuring that Caroline County does not become another Spotsylvania, Fairfax, or Loudoun County. Data center and solar farm corporations, in this case, have our county rural communities in their crosshairs. They send their lawyers, spokespeople, and other minions to supervisors, landowners, offering big money, perks, promises that they have no intention of keeping. Ask me how I know, because I grew up in Fairfax County, and I saw this very thing happen, and I saw the sad results as a result of them having just, all these places being built. They offer dinners, gifts, lavish banquets, etc., in an effort to woo and entice elected officials and also apply pressure to rush the zoning process. They make promises of tax revenues, jobs, we've heard it all. We bring these facilities in, it's going to bring tax revenues, it's going to help schools, it's going to, increase our revenue and all this stuff, jobs, employment, and so forth, in an effort to sway elected officials as well as public opinion. What they don't talk about, as we know the saying, the devil's in the details, are the opportunity costs associated with these things. 1, irreparable damage to our environment. 2, natural resources. 3, water supply, and the permanent loss of farmland that will never be able to go back to its original state in spite of what they say. Once they're lost, no amount of money, no amount of restoration will bring it back to the way it was originally. It's gone for good. In closing, I'm going to share a story in the Bible about a farmer named Naboth who had a piece of land given as an inheritance. King Ahab coveted his land and offered him a huge sum of money, whatever his price was. Name your price if you'd only sell out. His reply was, God forbid I sell my inheritance. It is not for sale. I pray that you will follow Naboth's example by declaring to the Ahabs of data centers, and in this case, solar farms, that Caroline County is not for sale. We will not sell out to you our land, our rural way of life, and our quality of life is just not for sale. By enacting the most stringent zoning ordinances that make it very difficult for these facilities to be built, and by doing so, protect our great and beautiful county, which we love and are glad to be a part and a citizen of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for the steps you have already taken to protect Caroline from industrial solar development and battery energy storage systems. I urge you to continue to stand firm, putting the people of this county ahead of corporate interests. Caroline County is not vacant land waiting to be exploited. It is our home, it is our farmland, timberland, family properties, wildlife habitat, and the rural character generations have worked hard to preserve. Once that land is covered with industrial solar arrays, substations, fencing, access roads, and battery storage infrastructure, it is changed forever in most instances. We are constantly told these projects are safe, clean, and beneficial, but real-world events tell a different story. We have seen serious battery storage fires, including the fire at Moss Landing in California, and recently a warehouse fire related to solar panels that has been burning for the last week. These incidents raise real concerns about toxic smoke, chemical contamination, emergency response challenges, and the risks placed on nearby communities when facilities fail. It's not just the projects themselves that concern people. Many citizens have already seen the ugly tactics that come with them: pressure, intimidation, from people tied to the solar and battery industry whenever residents speak out. No citizen should ever feel bullied, harassed, or threatened defending their home, their family, or their county. This is exactly why this ordinance must be rock solid and as strong as possible. If the county is serious about protecting rural land, public safety, and property rights, then the ordinance must make that protection real and enforceable. Please continue to stand with the people of Caroline County. Put the safety, peace, and property of your citizens ahead of outside developers and their promises. Once this land is industrialized, we do not get it back. And furthermore, the letter in the packet from Dominion Energy should be addressed, and the board should be asking the question of why outside interests like Rappahannock Electric and their government affairs office are messaging our planning department in the last minutes before the planning commission meeting to have language added to our ordinance. It is not their ordinance, it is our ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Hello again.
Good evening again, board. I don't have a big speech prepared, but bottom line is we don't have resources within this county to put out a fire if one of these batteries were to go out. 1.8 million at all of our tankers pumping 1,250 gallons per minute. What are you gonna get one tanker there, run for 5 minutes, you're out of water and go, where are you getting it? 8 million, or we have 800,000 gallons of water storage in this county. You would need 1.8 million just to contain this for 24 hours. We have no infrastructure for it. As far as solar, it's 15 to 20% efficient at best. Farming is 100. Doesn't destroy the land, doesn't destroy the community, and it keeps the people out that we don't want here. So just ask that you do everything that you can to block all of this shit that we don't need here. Thank you.
Did you tell us what district you're in this time?
I'm in the
You're in
Bowling Green district. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Hey.
There's a light there if that would help you.
Oh, sure. I don't. Oh, ooh, okay. Well, first of all, super hard to prepare for this because most of the information I learned tonight. So what I was going to say doesn't apply so much. But I do want to say that I liked what you said, that you were going to make it as restrictive as possible because we will be challenged. And I appreciate that you're looking out for your constituents.
Ma'am.
And doing that.
Miss, can you give us your name and your voting district?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in Woodford, and I'm Robin Castles.
Okay.
Nancy's my. Yeah. Okay. To address what you were saying about the native plants. Native plants preserve and maintain balance in the ecosystem, and so it is important to put them back and not use outside plants. Using non-local plants because they don't evolve with native animals, and non-natives can be invasive and start growing in our community. We don't want that. So we do need to put in a lot of schools and everything, 75% of native plants. I'm very into gardening. So if you all are going to have that, you should add that. Next, I wanted to say these things are super dangerous. And I'm not sure how they come up with a number like 150 or 200. Do they know how big of an explosion it might be? And is the 150 or 200 based on an actual explosion? Have any studies been done on this to see how big an explosion might be? When they use the word thermal runaway, that's pretty scary. Until we know that these things are safe and that they're safe for our people and our animals, I don't know how we could possibly allow them. I don't know if anyone was following in Henrico. There was a gas explosion at the sterilization facility, and for an hour and a half, toxic, cancerous causing gases were being emitted. And nobody really knew about it until June. I mean, the people that lived in Henrico, they never knew about it. What would our system be for trying to alert people if something was happening. I mean, sometimes if there's a storm, there's like a buzz or something where they tell you to take shelter. Is there anything in place to let people know, hey, toxic gas is coming out? And what will we do to alert people to this so that they can be evacuated? We don't have any of that in place right now. And as far as I could see, because it took the fire department 17 minutes to get to my house when I had a kitchen fire, I don't see how quickly they can respond to one of these solar things. I mean, that's 20 minutes for them to get there. The damage could happen in that amount of time.
I need you to summarize for me, please.
Okay, well, I just want to say I'm really scared if these things start getting built. I just don't think we're ready for it. Listening to the fire marshal, I just don't think we're prepared for this at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else before we close? Anyone else? All right, seeing no one else moving forward, we'll go ahead and close our public hearing for item TXT 03-2026. Mr. Seeley, you had some comments.
I have a number, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hughes, I think it might be you. How would you like to put it back up on the screen?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And we were looking for Chief Loftus's NAFP document, the 855, because I would like to add battery conditioning and battery monitoring to our definitions, because we use it and it's kind of an industry standard and kind of not. So I think we should define, because in battery monitoring, I would like to see us mention temperature monitoring, recording, and reporting, and where that would be reported to. And Mr. Hughes, I'm sorry, I know you guys have been working on this nonstop, and this came to us. You actually dropped off your latest version last night for me to take another look at, so I do appreciate that, but I do have some additional comments just to make sure we're covering as many bases as we can.
So, Mr. Seeley, just before you continue, do you have your stuff written there?
I have it kind of written. I mean, I can give it to you.
Okay.
And some of its place, for example, let's go to the ag district. And one of the things I noticed, and I noticed too soon that I was marking up the clean copy, but one of the things that I noticed is that we added, this is RP, rural preservation, and I think it's the same thing in AP. Go ahead. I'm past definitions. I'm going to go into uses. Section, it should have been section, I believe, 3. No, I'm in the RP district and I'm looking in the permitted uses. And permitted principal uses and structures. You were right.
Yep.
And we have public utilities, and we had transmission and distribution, and though I don't know that I necessarily agree with distribution or transmission going from the pole to the house, I think of transmission more as lines from a facility that actually bring higher voltage power to places more than going to a house. So when we put, because this was brand new to these districts, was public utilities, transmission and distribution. I might buy distribution. The transmission bothers me a little bit because if we have to traverse people's property to actually move power from a solar facility to the grid, that could be, I mean, I don't even want to guess the distance in some places because a lot of this is really low voltage lines coming. So I was just, since this wasn't in the ordinance prior, I don't I don't know how we get there. Let me just ask that.
Okay, no, I completely understand your concern. And so if you look at the prior ordinance that the county had repealed,
And I had that, so I did.
and so that was an overlay district. And within that overlay district, there was a map associated with that that has some very specific criterion that would be used for the siting of solar facilities along corridors that were in proximity to power lines and facilities. Now, the code does not allow, and I think they're pulling it up now, the changes to the state code do not allow that to be in the ordinance today. And so hence we talked about, I mentioned earlier, comp plan amendments that should be accompanying these ordinance changes and moving some of that language and stuff that was in the old ordinance as policy guidance into the comp plan. And so then it can be used when you look at evaluating special uses. Now, in terms of transmission, the definition of public utilities transmission as it is in the ordinance is facilities other than normal distribution facilities, pipes, meters, and water and sewage facilities. Ergo, high power electrical lines. And I think we had this discussion with Max, and I think
Jump in real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think to your question, Supervisor Seeley, the language that you referenced was existing in RP previously. That public utilities transmission and distribution, it's up on the screen now. You see that strike through in 8. It appears new because of the alphabetizing of the use list. What was added is that language in red, that excluding substations. So that was the addition within what's being proposed in this amendment. Not to say if you all want to switch that around, you're welcome to do that.
I only brought it up because in the RP, in the very original ordinance that I had a copy of, that I compared it to, it's in blue, then it's stricken, and then it comes back in our new ordinance. So I'm confused because I cross-referenced all of these old to the new language to the new language.
Right.
So I'm just.
I hear what you're saying. I think there was a switch at some point to move it to a special use, and then it may have ended up back in the permitted use with the exclusion of substation as part of the discussion that was going on. But I think that's all ripe for the board's, discussion on where those uses belong.
I just want everybody to be on the same page because I traversed all of these versions, and it wasn't a permitted use long ago, and now it is. So it's being added because of this, and I just want us to all be on the same page because I didn't see it before. It was in blue and then it was stricken.
it was in the, that's the old ordinance there.
One that you have.
It was gone. Well, it's gone in places and it's reappeared in places, and I'm just confused. Because I'm looking, because again, I'm looking at transmission, and I'm concerned because when we say transmission, we all know, we all have a vision of what that means when we talk about power. And Jeff Black probably has the best vision of it since it's in his backyard. And what I'm trying to make sure I understand is we're not saying if this facility gets put in, transmissions, I mean, they're going to go by right and say, we're going to put power poles and new lines to this facility because this is where it is. And maybe I'm reading this wrong.
No, you could take transmission out and make it and move it to the special use category.
I mean, Mr. Underwood, Mr. Thomas, Mr. Forehand, this is a topic I think we need to discuss because it's gonna catch us later. And I'm just looking at this now and I'm just looking for consensus so we're all aware.
Thing that helps us in terms of ensuring the safety of the community is what we want, again, to be restrictive as possible. So if moving this to the special exception helps us, then let's just take it out, right? Correct?
Well, just move transmission to the public use.
Right.
Special use section.
Not
Correct.
right.
And I'm good. I just want us to all be on the same page. I read it. I just want everybody to understand.
And we all have the same definitions. Transmission is actually the bulk movement of electricity.
Correct.
And distribution is local to your house.
Correct.
Okay, just so we all understand, and when
Right.
we're taking one out and putting it in, we have to understand those two differences.
Correct. And I'm just making sure I read it. I've compared it. I just want us to all be on the same page is my goal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we're gonna move that.
So to be clear, public utilities, number 11, would become public utilities distribution, excluding substations. Public utilities transmission would get moved as a special use.
Right.
Just for clarity, that would be to the new section 4, number 32.
I know how ugly this gets because I do it for a living. So I know when it starts to get
32. I don't see 32.
32 just represents the number of uses that are in the special use category. So this it ends at 31. Now this one will be 32. Oh, no. I mean, actually, it's alphabetized. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
That's
where public utilities generation is, and so
it's alphabetized now versus just.
Yeah, you're gonna. It's not easy, and the other is private energy generation facility. Well,
That's 26.
It's 2 pages forward from that. 1, 2. We added this, correct?
We created this definition, yes. This is a new definition
And
for
we
us.
added it to special exception with Board of Supervisors approval. But this is new.
It's a
This
new
isn't
definition.
something we've ever had before.
That is correct.
And I'm just making sure we all understand that we're treading into something and it's in places that we've never been able to do this before. I wasn't sure I was real keen on this, but I don't know why we did this, because do we really want a biomass or a small nuclear reactor or I'm just asking. Oh, no, I do, but we're gonna have to cross this Rubicon, but it's where it is.
Well, there's one at Lake Anna now, small nuclear reactor.
Oh, I don't do, that's actually approved for a very large reactor, so I think they're gonna probably put several small, I'm just saying that this is different. And I really took a lot of time to compare all this. I just want us to all be on the same page.
Well, we gotta face it sometime. We're
Is this really where we want this? Do we want this by special exception in some of these districts?
I would think that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Because special exception would give us more.
Complete control.
Right, absolutely, give us the control, and we want control
Okay.
versus putting it somewhere where,
Which at times is more stringent than a rezoning.
correct.
And
Right.
you're saying this as we either put it in special exception or we don't include it at all.
Or we don't include it at all. I just want
think
us to be on the same page.
But if you don't, if you don't
Don't
include it,
then you can't have it.
then you can, right.
Then you can't have it.
But if you don't include it,
That
you
opens
open
it-
yourself
you
up
open your door.
for-
You open the
for-
door for
a challenge.
another person's challenge, yeah.
I'm just reading this, it's new.
It's a thin line we have to walk right now in 8 days.
And that's why
That's part
I
of the
did
issue.
all the cross-referencing is because I wanted to know what was new. It's not fair to say to staff, tell us all this, because they're trying to write something.
And see, we don't know what we don't know.
Correct.
That's the major issue with what the state is asking us to do.
I think we know we
is
don't know
that
a lot.
None of us are experts in
Any of these.
I was just going to clarify for the board that the private energy generation facility is not part of the state code mandate. So if you all are able to decide what districts it goes in, whether it's by special exception or, not in a district at all.
But see that,
open another door.
yeah, and what about this fusion technology company in Chesterfield, which could be private? They could come up here and say, hey, we're not Dominion, we're not the co-op, but we got electrons.
We included it because the new technologies are out there.
Right.
And we wanted to be able to address it without having to amend the ordinance.
Yeah.
If there was something that the board wanted to do, then you're in a position that it's there. We don't have to come back and amend the ordinance to.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to be special exception.
I'm just, again, these are additions that we probably overlook. I'm not saying they're good or bad, I'm just saying, but RP has the same thing, and now I'm in my RP section, fine.
It's the first one. RP is the very first one. Under 4.
And again, transmission is in RP and it's in ag. Do we want I'm just asking, I don't know that I have a preference, it's just a difference.
Yeah, RP is number 10 under rural.
Yeah. It's number 11, public utilities, transmission and distribution excluding,
Mine says 10.
substations.
Under rural?
Under ag preservation.
No, I'm under rural.
Oh,
So
I'm now into ag
right.
preservation, it's the same thing.
Right. That's number 11.
So should we take them all out?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Take them all out, move them to special exception.
That is my question, and I'm the reader, do you know what I mean?
Did we do that?
I think it gives you ultimate control. And it addresses, if you look at the definition, it identifies high-powered voltage line, which is the
transmission part.
example that Mr. Sealy used, then they would have to go through the special exception process. So I think if control and of these things is what you want, then move it as a special exception.
Then I think that's what we're asking. I think that's what the board is asking,
Well,
to give
yeah.
us as much control as possible.
Make it
So
a special
then
exception.
we should move them all that to as a special exception category.
I would
Anything that's transmission.
Transmission.
We're moving transmission,
Transmission,
special
right.
exception.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
if
Across
whoever
the
comes
board.
up with a new energy source, they're gonna probably have to have new lines to
Right.
run that, and that's where we would need the special exception to say, you can run lines here, but not here. So, right?
Is the board, are you taking that note, Leon? Are you?
I am, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Long.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just, if it's something we don't want, if putting it in is sort of saying, okay, come on, we'll listen to you. We just got this big mandate from the governor to put hours of work in, days of work in for your staff, and to make all these changes. Are we, if we don't want them, can we just take them out as uses, or is that gonna lead to something more forceful coming down from Richmond. What's your opinion?
No, it's just gonna lead to somebody showing up saying, I want to request an ordinance amendment so that I can potentially do this use. And then we go through the whole dance of doing an ordinance amendment and spending hours doing that, where it's here, we don't have to amend the ordinance and you don't have to approve it. If it's something you don't want to approve it. And you can develop policies and guidelines as part of the comp plan related to that, which we're going to do. And then if it doesn't comport, they'll have to do a 2232 review. If they don't meet the 2232 review, that's a basis for denial of a case. So you have ultimate control. I mean, it's like having a party and setting the time the party is over.
I know,
It's
but
over,
these
it's over.
parties take you a lot of work and time. It's a lot of work and time to throw these parties we don't want. I was
Right.
just trying to work way out of it.
I'm saying we've done the work now, so it's just a matter of doing more work later. So we'd be repeating work. I mean,
I'm just trying to bring us to be aware. That's my only, I don't know that I have a specific. Okay. So those are my specific zoning ones. I
Okay.
mean, for the different districts.
Okay.
If we go to section 23 and we go to, there's a couple of things in here that are surprising that I just want to point out. Because in reading this, if we go to 4 grading.
What article are you in right
I am in section 23. So let's see, that's 2, that's
Mr. Chair.
3.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So can we go potentially by article and us?
Well, that's where I'm at now. I'm in section 23. This is the solar ordinance.
Right. But that means you skipped over all of the other zoning categories. I just want to be sure that other board members don't have any questions, and that way
Oh, that's fine.
we cover everything as we
Okay.
go. We don't have to backtrack. So if board members have questions about any of the zoning articles before we get to section 23, then, because we covered all of your transmission stuff, that's throughout all of the zoning sections.
Right,
Yes.
right.
So, but if there are any other items in any other articles is before we get to 23, if board members have questions, we will cover those. And then we'll be at the end in 23.
Where do you want to address the invasive species?
I'm
Or
gonna
prohibited.
take you to there probably in a
That's in
second.
23,
Okay.
yeah. I'm just saying, if you guys don't have any questions about any of the other zoning stuff, then it's certainly fine to do that. I just want to be sure that I didn't miss any comments that a board member may have had on any of the zoning districts.
Glad we got your 100 or 150 feet thing coming.
Yeah. Well, it's in several places, so
Yeah, but it's in 23.
23 places.
No, it's in
Oh.
section 23.
It's like that's a lot. I thought it was in 4 or 5, but he's saying 23. But
No, sorry.
I'm now in 23.3.
Okay.
Number 4, and this is the invasive species. But if you go 3 sentences up from the bottom, in this version, and maybe this is gone, that native or naturalized meadow species shall be planted except in the area directly beneath the panels and maintained throughout the solar project. It says that no vegetation, where'd it go? Projects mixed included. Actually, it said no vegetative cover is needed under the panels. Beneath the turn your mic on, Nancy.
A couple lines up, it says, except for in the area directly beneath the panels and maintained throughout the solar project's life. The seed mix shall include a diversity of species with varied bloom times. Mowing shall be limited and performed on a schedule that promotes the establishment of native plants, controls invasive species, and minimizes impacts of wildlife, invasive plants as established by section 10.1-104.62 shall be prohibited.
And I'll just clarify, that is from the state code mandate.
So that is from the state code. Okay.
Correct.
So no vegetative cover is needed under the panels.
That is one of the criteria mandated by the state code.
Okay, because, you know, we hear all the time that we're going to have pollinators, we're going to have all kinds of grazing animals, but under the panels, no vegetation is needed, just so everybody's clear.
Yep.
I found that incredible.
So the soil is not stabilized by grass.
Correct.
Okay, so we're clear.
Well, it says the seed mix shall be directly beneath the panels. So there is a seed mix under there.
But it doesn't have to grow. And then there are a couple on page, under decommissioning 10.4, number 1. And I just need somebody to explain which agreement shall be in the form prepared by the county and include the following. I don't know why the county is preparing anything for this because we're not the owners.
Correct. The statute requires that there be a written agreement. This mechanism allows the county to be in control of what that written agreement contains. So it's a means of saying if you are going to turn in your decommissioning agreement, it has to be something that the county has approved.
But we basically have to write it if we don't agree with what they give us.
I believe the county will have a template decommissioning agreement that includes the provisions that it would like to see, and that will be the form that is approved.
Can we put some sort of hourly rate or fee to, I mean, the burden is coming back on us on all of this. Well,
Yeah.
but no, we ultimately, everybody in the county pays the county bills. So we're ultimately all paying for this. So when somebody says we've got to agree, it means we've got to send it to an attorney to have it looked at. Is there anything to prevent us from putting some fee to this?
I believe there is a fee incorporated, and with a general fee schedule, the county would still have the ability to, as a special exception application comes in, charge a fee that is intended to offset the cost to the county. So there are mechanisms to increase those fees.
Because it doesn't say that, and we say it in some places where explicit, this is going to be $1,000. This, again, Leon, this is just reading reading the document. This has nothing to do with preparing it.
Sure.
See, and on page 9, the very bottom of the page, conditions similar to the pre-construction condition unless otherwise agreed to by the property owner and the county. I mean, you may as well stand there, Max, because these are probably not.
Yes, that is language from the statute. That is one of the criteria mandated by the statute.
Okay. I'm amazed at how much that the county has to actually.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Black, your way.
I'm still here. I'm in here the whole time. Hey, listen, I've got just, I don't even mean to interrupt you, Mr. Sealer.
That's okay.
If you don't mind, if I ask a question.
I'm reading something.
So my question is, I saw on a couple questions, and one of them might be skipping ahead to this, but one of my questions was that, and I think it's the state code, but the buffering only has to be for the buffering is 50 feet. So, and the vegetation, whatever we put in, if we decide, I guess that we're going to go with a native, but is that 50 feet and it only has to be 3 feet tall? Is that correct? So they have to put 50 feet of am I understanding that correctly? That they have to put 50 feet buffer of 3 foot tall, whatever, pine trees or whatever?
That is correct, Supervisor Black. The criteria mandated by the state would be a maximum buffer of 50 feet, and any landscaping, the maximum height that can be required is 3 feet at the time of planting.
Planted, yes.
So that we can only require a 3 foot tall tree to block solar panels.
Initially.
Only 3 foot.
At the time, initially, yes, right, at planting. Right, but at planting. Yeah, I mean, and then the second thing is I was going to go back to so the buffer is 50 feet. Now, the other thing too is, so the buffer is 50 feet and then we can do a total of 100. So the buffer is included in the 150 feet, right? Setback. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Seeley, you can go back. I've got some other questions too.
All right, on page 10, top of the page, small I, 3 small i's. It's all fences, accessory roads, and other non-utility
10%.
non-utility improvements shall be removed unless an executed agreement is provided to the Department of Planning and Community Development indicating that the property owner agrees for these improvements to remain. You know, do we want a 6-foot fence or some building that shouldn't it be returned completely to what it was instead of, you know, picking one of 6 things that can stay and what has to go? And now is the time, since there's nobody in front of us, to sort of decide what that looks like, because we're saying it should be returned to what it was. And if you've got some number of acres fenced in, do we really want to give the property owner the option in the middle of nowhere or wherever it's at to just keep some of this? It's a question.
To keep the fencing?
Whatever, buildings, roads, I mean, whatever is put there. Because our ordinance says should be put back to the way the land was prior. So this sort of negates that.
Supervisor, I will note that the new legislation requires there to be an accommodation for if the property owner wants to retain some of the improvements. It would still need to be consistent with
our
plan of development.
regulations. But my thing is, if it's a fence that doesn't fit our regular everyday ordinances, when somebody applies for a fence, can we require that they keep it, but they would have to lower it or raise it, or is it all or nothing?
It has to still be consistent with what the county's ordinances will allow.
Okay.
Correct.
That makes me feel better.
But yes, there is language in the amendment to the decommissioning sections that permits owners and applicants to agree to retain some of the improvements, such as fencing or roads.
I just find it interesting, what's going to be remained and what that looks like when they're done, because nothing ever ages well outside.
I agree. There's also it will be a complex evaluation if that is proposed by an applicant, because some of the stormwater facilities would need to remain. It would have to be consistent with the plan of development that Leon's office would approve. So it would be a complicated situation.
Okay, just one of those things we don't normally see.
Jeff, can I ask a quick
Yeah.
question? Mr. Hughes, if someone were to do a solar field and then when it is decommissioned, do you think we could require them, because those panels are all hooked up to wires that are down in the ground, right? And they're concreted down, for all that stuff to be removed? We can require that, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's what the language says, yes.
Okay, because you don't want a farmer leasing the land and tearing up his equipment,
That's in decommissioning.
so we wouldn't let him keep those.
So stormwater management could stay, and when it fails, it becomes the neighbor's problem? See, this is,
No, that's still, the stormwater regulations still apply. So the state code relative to stormwater regulations still apply. It is
yeah,
the
but
property owner's
if they
responsibility.
decommission it and they don't have the impervious surface anymore,
But stormwater and E&S laws still apply no matter what. So you still don't have you don't have the authority or right to damage someone else's property through erosion and sediment loss or flooding that comes off your property that generates. So if they create a pond, they've got to maintain the pond, and that is ultimately their responsibility through the existing state codes. So that doesn't change just because they're decommissioning it. And the state code says they have to comply with the erosion sediment and stormwater laws.
so would the stormwater management still be enforced with no impervious surface left on the,
It's actually going to function a lot better because there's going to be less impervious. There's going to be less water going there. So that water is going to be absorbed before it gets there. So it should function better than it did when it had all the impervious surface there.
and the other thing, I guess the state code makes us look at the current salvage market. Is that specifically called out in the state code, the new code? Because 1 in 20 panels right now is recycled or less.
There's a good faith argument to exclude salvage value if that's the board's desire. The current ordinance allows for salvage value to be accounted for, and so that language was retained in what was presented. If the board were to want to exclude that either through the ordinance or through the special exception that would be necessary in order to approve a project that would require decommissioning, there's a good faith argument to say you can exclude salvage value.
And that was indeed a recommendation came from the planning commission as well to exclude it.
Because I personally don't see the value, and actually I'm kind of concerned that somebody will put value to something that it doesn't have, and then when you go to get rid of it, it's in their surety bond and nobody wants it, and then you end up with a much higher cost because they said all this could be salvaged and it can't. So I'm just asking everybody what they think. Well, it becomes part of the surety. So if they had a bond for 20 million and salvage was 8 million, and there was no 8 million and the cost was now 28 million and all you had a surety was for 20 million, the 8 million would have to come from somewhere to get rid of it. And that's always been my concern with some of this salvage stuff, is they're going to put a high value on it. No value. That would be my preference. I'm asking everybody what they think.
That would be the most conservative way to approach it.
Absolutely.
And there again, you could condition it as part of the special use, because remember, all of these are going through special use, so there's not going to be anything that's just going to pop up as a by right use. So
well,
you could add that as a condition as well.
Because again, it's just a topic worth discussing because we're at the beginning of this. And if I'm okay with that. I don't have a good feel about there's salvage value in any of this.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on, Reggie.
Let's just take it out then, and to ensure that way that we ensure that the surety bond covers whatever decommission is necessary, minus, and if they get any value for decommissioning parts, that's fine. It goes to them, but we have the money necessary to ensure compliance with our ordinance of getting the property back to its original state. So I don't see issue with that, Mr. Hughes.
I don't either. And I've seen it, and I credited that to the planning commission. Actually, that came from a citizen's comment letters, removing the salvage value.
Mr. Forehand, do you remember, I think when we had our ordinance for solar. Remember, we had to be prepared for that. We did one. Didn't we either ask for an insurance a bond or a plan for decommissioning, whenever that would be, where they had to take out everything? They had to make sure all the panels got recycled or taken out of the county. I know it's been a few years, but
There was a lot of discussion, and I know there was a requirement for a decommissioning plan that was part of the siting agreement and things like that, but
so maybe
I
we
don't,
can.
I don't remember what's actually stuck and what's just something we talked about specifically.
I'm pretty sure maybe we need to pull that out again, because I'm pretty sure there was something about panels and that they had to be either out of the county or evidence of recycling them, so they didn't get thrown in the.
I mean, there was more of a recycle. It was more common when we wrote that ordinance that they would be recycled than what it is right now.
Yeah.
Because I think more are going in the garbage than are getting recycled.
Well, they can go garbage
Can we
outside
get-
of Caroline County.
Can we specifically determine where the the panels and materials end up as part of what we're doing? Can we give specific directive?
We don't have an approved landfill.
No, we don't. I mean, that's what I'm saying. We don't, but we could say it has to be taken to a facility. How do we ensure again that those materials don't end up in the county in any type of manner?
In a big hole, and then covered up.
Yeah.
So as part of the decommissioning plan, can we give directive?
You want a receipt?
Yeah, I want a receipt of where. Can we do that?
Yes. So you could just, as a part of this decommissioning plan under.
No, this isn't little stuff. This is not little.
But what would be our recommendation? Because what are they doing now with decommissioned panels? I'm sure they have some. We don't have any, but I'm sure other localities. Are there decommissioning centers? Are they taken to?
So the language I'm familiar with require that they be removed to an appropriate facility.
Right.
So.
As long as that's not a hole in the ground somewhere and covered up.
That's not an appropriate facility.
So I'm saying, what are the conditions for appropriate facility?
I personally couldn't give you
Right.
an answer.
That's, and I don't know either. So
that's
the issue, is that
right.
Where do they go?
Yeah. To Supervisor Long's question, this ordinance does still require the decommissioning plan, and that's approved by the county.
Right.
So, and that's incorporated into the agreement. So that plan, as a plan element, it could be identified that appropriate facility is identified, and specific criteria could be included.
Maybe that would be appropriate. At least we have an identification of where it's going, that we can say.
Yeah. You could make condition I, the plan has to specify where panels are to be.
Panels and
taken.
ancillary materials.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be
Are
wires
to be taken
and
once they are.
plastics.
See, and we refer back to decommissioning for batteries. So the batteries got the same issue. See, and nowhere does it say, and I get the Latin terms, but batteries are a different animal, as are inverters. They are completely different. And depending on the technology, nobody may want those. That could be an interesting situation, and depending on what happens to one. I mean, after the news is over and everybody sees these batteries burn up, nobody ever tells you what happens afterwards.
Well,
but they're in a facility, and that's why we've said in the ordinance they've got to be removed, because we don't want them.
Exactly. And so
I'm not trying to ask for anything past that. I'm just thinking out loud that this is, everybody's like, well, maybe we don't have to worry about this now. We're not coming back to this.
No,
I'm
no,
not talking about you. I'm talking about,
No, I think you're on the right track. I just think that if you say they have to be removed, and you say, or if you say your decommissioning plan has to include a plan for removal of, you know, the items that are taken off the site, recycled, whatever, in accordance with number, I think it's number 1, which identifies, or it's actually under F1, the removal of solar voltaic projects equipment and appurtenances from the property, including solar panels, footers, foundations, structures, cabling, electrical components, conduit, and any other associated facilities and equipment. All of that has to go. So you could say your plan must include indicate or must identify where those materials are going to go when they're taken out, because you've already said they got to go.
And not in our landfill, but
we don't
somewhere, yeah,
have one.
for
but-
resale, right? Well, not in our.
I don't want a truck
dump-
showing up over there with a Caroline County sticker on it over one of the landfills, and they're like, hey, we're from Caroline County. We're here to.
Yeah, but we don't, my point is, we don't want, if I remember correctly in the first writing, the panels had to be removed to a recycling plant that specialized in solar panels, not just taken any place. I don't know how you control that. It seemed to me like we had some language in there to control it.
Well, if you have the agreement, the decommissioning plan, it has to be approved, you will know, because if it's here in the ordinance that they have to tell us where it's going, we get an opportunity to review the plan and say, okay, where is it going?
And my last comment on this section is page 12, number 12. In some of the larger projects, we've made them do a road survey for large truck damage. I thought this was probably the only place to fit that in, but can we require that they do a road survey and then when they're completed, do the road survey again to see what damage they've caused? Is that a,
I would say that's it's not within the statutory criteria, so there is argument that the board has legislative discretion to include that as a performance standard, whether it's in the ordinance or in a special exception permit, if that's being considered.
because we don't say that specifically in here, but that's one of the things that we're gonna hear about is damage, and I'm just trying to be ready to say it's in there.
Yeah, now, so, Mr. Silly, what section were you on?
I was on page 12, number 12, because that's the only place I thought it fit.
Mr. Seeley, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think that's very pertinent to this because if you remember when Spotsy was putting in their huge solar facility, the solar company, that one that's massive in Spotsylvania right now, they were going through Orange County, if you remember that correctly, Mr. Seeley. They were going through Orange County, and Orange County had all kinds of problems with roads being damaged. So I don't know if there's a way that we can, I mean, is there a way that you can ask VDOT or what I mean, how we assess that, I don't know, but it was an issue with from one county to another.
Mr. Chair. So one of the things in that plan that Mr. Black is speaking of, there was a condition in the SUP that required the applicant to identify haul routes to the facility. It included haul routes for the materials that were coming to the site, as well as employees coming to the site. And so that was a condition of the SUP, and it's certainly something that should be conditioned. We have a similar requirement for the data centers where they have to do an RCCA, essentially have to go out, they have to camera the roads before construction, determine the status of the roads prior to construction. And then they have to, there's a condition that says they have to make repairs if the roads are damaged because of that. So, I mean, that's a very easy thing to condition as a part of an SUP, and I think it's most appropriate. Because if for some reason the county was to approve a large facility there would be a significant amount of employee traffic. And so, as well as it'd be heavy equipment, tractor trailers coming out. So, but I think that's a most appropriate condition for any large project, quite frankly, that's going to be impacting roads that are not used to having that much traffic on them. And so right now, in our large projects, it's just part of a standard requirement.
Okay.
And then I think the other thing is if you make it a condition, then you can tailor it specifically to the project. And then it's not bound by any language. You could add language that says you have to do one and leave it at that. And then let the
I'm just
individual
trying to
case-
cover it
Yeah,
however
no,
you
I-
think's appropriate.
Yeah.
I just, when I was reading this, I got to that and I
Yeah.
was like, okay,
Yeah.
you know, what are we doing?
But I wouldn't want to do it at the site plan requirement because at that point, it's a little late. So
Right.
I'd much rather have it done as a part of the process.
I'm good with that. It was one of the things that jumped out at me on this. And we didn't have it. And again, a lot of what I read was great stuff. I'm just trying to pick up everybody. The more people that read it, the more comments we get, the better off we are.
Is that right? And tomorrow when we finish it, we'll see something else that we should have said. Oh, we missed that. But
Okay, I am now going to the energy storage facility and substations.
Which article is that?
This is 23.
Two.
Well, see, this one says 7. I have 7, 8. This is the one that you brought me last night. And I transposed my comments to this.
okay, that's fine.
I don't know if that helps or hurts you.
No, I mean, we're still tracking. We're good.
Okay. And I am on the second page and I am down at the general requirements.
You said Article 7?
It is 23. Here is 8. Here is 9. 23, 9, and it's the general requirements for all storage facilities.
It's on the second page of the energy storage facilities.
It's in your book, but it's in the front. We figured this out yesterday.
Yeah.
It's in the front section of 5. 23.9. So, and here's where, and some of this we've talked about, and I'm just going to do it just so we're clear on where it's going and what it looks like. All runoff from the area that contains battery equipment shall drain into a holding facility that is, and this says designed to remove harmful materials prior to leaving the holding facility. I don't know that we can do that on site. That was my first when I read that. I'm not sure we can separate cadmium from water or lithium from water. So what I did is I sort of struck that and I said, and this is where I have material and it should be, shall be capable, we should have shall be capable of holding 100,000 gallons of runoff of any type. Yeah, because it's 100,000 because if you look at the size of those containers and if you have to have a tank that will fill 5 of those, I mean, that's going to be sizable.
Mr. Hughes, question for you. If we have a statement like that in it, wouldn't they have to be covered? Because wouldn't a rain event potentially halfway fill up that capacity?
That's tough. I mean, maybe. It depends on how much impervious surface was there. I mean, so it's all got to go there. It just depends on the size of the site.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I would prefer them covered because I was thinking of tanks gang together. Because it's the easiest thing to do.
Well, you said capable of holding 100,000 gallons. And then what'd you say after that?
And what?
After 100,000 gallons, then you said,
Oh, 1,000 gallons of any type of runoff. Because it could be acidic, it could be any number, but they should be enclosed because I think that is the biggest hazard. You don't want something open like that. That's gonna be a recovery issue. Uh-huh.
You just pump it out? So what do we do now that we've captured it?
Is Mr. Shebel here? I don't see Joey because this is the interesting situation. If you have a lithium slurry or an acid slurry, I don't know. There's got to be disposal methods of that. I don't know what those are, but that, Mr. Hughes, can we?
yeah, I think, yeah. I think,
Probably 30 days.
30, yeah.
Well, right. But you see what I'm saying is once you get to this, then this is okay. Now we have it. Now what do we do? And
So what do you do now if that happens?
if that happens and you
And
have
they-
it, you're going to have to find a company that will come take that because it's now hazardous material that knows how to actually separate that. And we're not in an industrial place, so I don't know the answer to that. When I was
So they would have to basically pump out the entire tank.
tank and
Okay,
the
then that's what
tankers
we
and
need to
haul
put
it
in there.
away.
Yeah, that's what we need to put in there.
Yeah, it would have to be pumped into tankers and hauled for.
Right. Shall be, what do we say, 30, removed within 30 days?
I think I don't think you let them restart till that's gone.
Yeah, then you say removed in 30 days.
Right, right, something happens again, you're stuck.
Oh.
I don't blame
Well, yeah, it's a lot of little details. It certainly is. And so it gets tedious and when you get tired, it all sort of runs together. But didn't we, when we had the solar ordinance, that they had to put up a bond and they had to have a decommissioning plan where they removed everything and anything that they put in? And they had to have a bond in case they messed up. I am almost.
It's in there.
So if we've got that, we've got some protection. But I still think one of the biggest things is making sure contaminated water that's pumped out makes it out to a facility where it can safely be disposed and not down to the nearest bridge with a creek running through it. So how do you control that?
Yeah, again, that's a receipt issue. You've got to send that to a facility that accepts it and the receipts come back.
But what we're saying and need to say is after they fill this tank up, they have 30 days to have it hauled off by an approved hazardous waste hauler. Is that enough for you, Leon?
mm-hmm.
And then they got the 30 days, we all, and I guess we want to say, and they won't be able to restart until that is completed.
And that has to be in the first agreement so we can hold them to it.
Right. Okay.
I don't know how much everybody knows about batteries, but batteries have memory. Everybody with one of these,
They're like elephants.
people who just put them on charge every night, no matter how discharged it is, their batteries last a lot less time than somebody who, I mean, I charge mine from 20 to 50, let it get down to 17, charge it to 70, let it get down to 30, charge it to 100, run it back down to 40. Batteries that don't have a predictability actually last longer. But the other thing with lithium batteries and computers is if you leave them continuously plugged in, you'll actually see battery swelling. And when you see the battery swelling, it is time to get rid of that battery because it is not going to last long. And I say that to go into my next, under general requirements, storage devices shall be required to have a battery conditioning system in the enclosure that will report, monitor, and record battery storage conditions. And we also have to have it so that it tells you what the rate of charge and discharge is. And that should be reported monthly to someplace. Now, DEQ doesn't seem to want this. I don't know what we could get the data. Nobody's going to analyze this, but this is what's going to start to tell us if there's issues. If a battery is continuously 90% charged and not discharged, or it's going from 90 to 20 and 20 to 90 and 90 to 20 over and over again, that battery is going to fail sooner than something that's cycled. And conditioning will help that some, but there's going to have to be a mechanism. And I think we put this on DEQ because I don't know, Max, unless you have another agency that you think's more appropriate to send this to, but this stuff should be sent monthly. This is the only mechanism that's going to give us the ability to monitor what's going on.
To your question, I don't have a better suggestion than that, and Leon and I were talking about that. I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday or what, but DEQ is going to get that and say thanks very much, and they're not going to do anything with it because they don't have a system in place to monitor that. So.
See, and my frustration is they've mandated this on the whole state, and everybody's got to do it, but there's no infrastructure in place to monitor any of this or to look at the data. Because my next statement is each storage device shall monitor for all the battery gases, temperatures, and record these conditions for a monthly report and alarming in the event of an issue. Because if you have those issues, any of these have those issues, there's nobody there to go pull the fire alarm. They're in the middle of nowhere. There's nobody there, and when there's an issue, that alarm, depending on where it goes to, and see, there's no alarming to someplace. Maybe somebody's phone rings and goes, there's an alarm condition at the site. If they're 2 hours away, we had earlier, and I haven't gotten to it yet, the venting of gases from, I don't think we should be venting anything because you can't even warn anybody if you start venting gases from inside of one of these enclosures. That's going into the atmosphere and into some neighborhood somewhere. And Chief Loftus's presentation was, as that smoke goes, it drops particulate as it goes, and that could be any sorts of heavy metals. I mean, if your house is in that, everybody's house, if there's smoke outside, eventually makes its way into your house. Depending on what this fire looks like, it could be really detrimental. But I think that needs the recording and all those conditions need to report it, because on a project that we thought was just hunky-dory, we set it in the sun and for the first time closed it all up and tested it, and it started raining inside of that thing. The condensation in the container actually started to cause issues. We'd never seen that before, but we'd never closed it up for 4 solid days and ran everything. Sunshine does an interesting thing to anything. If there's any moisture in the air, it's going to condensate at night and it's going to drip, or it's going to drip nonstop anyway. So there's nobody going into these. That's why the maintenance conditions that we asked for in one of the other statements, somebody's got to look at these things. Which takes me to internet monitoring with a backup system. Nowhere do we talk about any monitoring of these things and how it's going to communicate. Are we going to do it via phone line, via cell phone? I think we need to be explicit about what that, and a response time. What do you think, Clay?
We could just put it something that needs to be actively monitored
to, man, the owners of this don't want to see one of these melted down.
I agree.
If it's being actively monitored, then an alarm will elicit a response. So, I mean, it's, as long as it's being monitored, which I'm confident they will be, then
But this thing should be able to, emergency shutdown should be able to happen remotely. Can we require remote shutdown? Is that in our purview?
I'll let Leon answer, but I believe that's built into what the energy.
NFPA.
Yeah.
See, my concern is making sure that we link something to NFPA's 855 so they have to go look. That really is, because I'm gonna tell you, I've worked with companies that never go read an auxiliary spec. It's like, we know what that is, and you get to testing and guess what? It's not in there.
we're gonna have to buy it.
Well, item 11, if you can scroll to item 11 on the screen. So they can. Yeah, just to. So.
Yep.
See, but I guess the part that bothers me is this is the building official design. That's
Because
all we
that's-
can hang our hat on?
Yeah,
Because
because
when we're talking about this, we're talking NFPA 855,
But
which
that's-
is after the fact.
It has, the building plans have to come in and they have to be done to that standard. That's why it's the building official up front.
Okay.
And then the condition above that just says outright, all energy storage facilities will comply with all provisions of NFPA 855 as amended. So whatever's
See,
in
we don't have Chief Loftus's 855 to check some of the stuff we want, and when does he come back?
but I can tell you there's no definition for condition.
That's why I'm saying heat, and I laid out conditions in what I said is, we need to record, all battery gases, temperature, and record these conditions for monthly report.
Mr. Hughes, have you looked at 855?
Yes, we actually got a copy today showed up, so I haven't looked at it.
I mean,
I looked specifically for the definition of conditioning because that's what we started with yesterday. And there is not a definition for that specific to conditioning of batteries.
I mean, they're generally not an organization that leaves a lot to the imagination.
No,
they're generally very thorough, and in my experience, they've been, and especially things like this, they've been very cutting edge and sometimes even over the top with what they would require. But
so this is the manual that is specific to standards for the installation of stationary energy storage systems. This is
$72 a copy.
I don't know.
I don't know. They're not cheap, I'm sure.
I'm not sure where this came. It showed up today. I don't know, Mark.
We ordered it right this morning.
Yeah.
So and I thought that Hughes would get better benefit than myself. So you got to track the cover on it. It is about $168, I believe, a copy.
But it doesn't cover battery management?
Well, it covers battery management, the condition. I mean, that's.
And conditioning, because conditioning is something that I have to deal with.
Yeah, I was looking for in the definitions section, and there was not something titled battery.
And see, conditioning, I almost wrote a definition of sort of an accumulation of words from different, because every battery type has sort of different aspects of conditioning, but they all should monitor, charge, discharge, temperature. Now I'm getting tired.
They just might be calling it something like, and then the battery environment, or who knows what they're calling that. I mean,
I'll be glad to come look at it. How's that? And see if I can.
Yeah.
one of my last comments is many of these facilities have had fires leave the facility. I mean, even locally, they've left. Do we need to add any provisions for that? I mean, when that happens, if it's one of our districts, we're getting a phone call. The fire started on the facility and the fire carried over and off the facility. Yep, right. I don't know. I don't know how this works. I'm looking for some. Do we need any guidance on that? It's just a question. Do we need to cover anything in this?
Have they been exempted like a manufacturer of a COVID vaccine?
I am not aware of any exemptions from civil liability that would exist for this type of use.
It's wonderful to hear.
It doesn't exist.
Are
I'm just
we
not aware of
exempt
it,
since we approved it if it happens?
you all are exempt as you have sovereign immunity. You all were benefited by sovereign immunity and legislative immunity, so you all are exempt. You are doing the good policy work that is forced upon you by the General Assembly. So, as far as mandating, certain levels of insurance or covering the cost of, damage associated with a failure, the ordinance can certainly include all of those. The extent to which the county is able to recover under that theory, I don't know, but
It's just a question for me because I've just watched this. My other general comment is I still haven't seen where we've said they can't pull water from a well on site for use on site. It may be, I did not find that in reading all this.
No, I think you mentioned that earlier, and I said that was something that we needed to
Okay,
include here
I
tonight.
missed that. I'm sorry.
So the one thing I would say is under F, under the root cause analysis, there is a requirement that the operator shall be fully responsible for the remediation and all costs associated with response and remediation that was the result of an incident.
Okay.
Yeah. All costs. It's plain
And-
read, yeah.
And
And
the
then-
other thing, set it down, I'll look at it in a second. The other thing is, you and I talked about, some of the planning commission pages, and I know there's been no time for this, but there was a whole set of restrictions that we had from one of the other ordinances. And I just didn't find those, and that may be a function of there's not been time to put them in.
I think the only thing that didn't make it in, and hang on, let me grab it.
And I will admit it got late when I was reading some of this. And I will say to Leon and your staff, I mean, this is a heavy lift for a short period of time. We should have had a couple of months to do this, not a couple of days.
So the additional items that Ms. Hodge had included related to, there were sections from another source. A facility would not be permitted to operate commercially as partial or full operation status during any moment requiring shutdown by battery monitoring system, emergency safety, fire explosion, rescue, environmental releases. All batteries and hazardous materials will be removed out of the county within 30 days of abandonment and decommission notification. The battery containers will be restricted in physical dimensions and weight for passage on state and county roads as determined as acceptable by Caroline County Sheriff's Department. All noise, soil, and water testing will be performed as pre-construction start and post-operation start. BESS containers will be separated at a distance
Yeah,
within
we
the.
covered that at nauseum, so I
Yep.
know that's in. There's just a few of these and I didn't have time to run back through everything.
I think this is an appropriate one. Failed or damaged battery cells, modules, racks, or containers will not be stored on the BSS facility site following any failure event. And I think that should include anything damaged as a result of a storm or act of God or something like that. They just couldn't have like
Yeah,
a
because this
storage
fits
facility.
probably,
Yeah.
and I'd be glad to come read the ordinance again when you get it written. I'll subject myself one more time to reading it, if everybody's okay with that. Reggie's cringing, but I have my notes and I can look at stuff. I'm just trying to help because
No, and I would say this, and this is what Max has said. Anything that you want to include in the ordinance, we should discuss tonight.
right. That's what I've tried. I've tried to do.
Yes.
I'm just saying for a cross check for things that we've talked about, I would reread it.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of making sure that everything we've talked about, because I sat through the planning commission meeting as well.
Yep. And then there was another item at the end, confirmed irrevocable letter of credit for the construction, operation, decommission, life of the facility with a credit limit of 25 million will be established, from which penalties, fire, safety, noise, traffic noise will be drawn, fines drawn will double. I don't know if Max had any comments on that, but the letter of credit items that were at the end.
I was surprised I saw cash. That took me by surprise because I can't imagine somebody coming in with a suitcase of cash and going, here's my deposit here's 25 million right here. I mean,
No,
I mean, here come 5 duffel bags and who's counting it? What a way to launder money, right? It's my surety bond.
So were there other
So
specific
I
items?
think those are my comments. How's that? Floyd's gonna jump up and yell hooray.
No. If there's something specific that you have not mentioned, now's the time to do it because I think that keeps us in good legal standing in terms of having it on the record, so that when we prepare the resolutions, that it can be included. So that is the goal.
Change the may be illegal or to shall.
In which section? I remember you asking a question about shall. I thought it was.
That was that was basically a definition of shall and may. But in the one where it's what did they call them, Jeff? The non-native.
Oh, non-native
species?
plants.
Oh, yes.
Did you change that language?
Yes, we did make a note to change it. Yeah.
So I left my pencil in one of these pages. There's a remark. And this is, and I hate to do this to you, this is in Article 11, Section 7, under the PERT. And it is under the special use, and maybe we did this and I'm just not remember. We had private energy generation facility and public utility generation in both of those, C and D, that weren't there before under PERT. Well, maybe, but do we really want in PERT? Do you want generation?
Well, I would say that's the area we have identified for technology and industrial uses. And so if it was going to be a project that was going to, yeah, I would say yes.
It was added. It wasn't in the previous. I'm just asking because it was not in there before.
This is the logical place for it. In the perk, if there's some new generation
if Company X says, I want to generate power, we're going to direct them to a PERT, or are we going to direct them to industrial?
Well, they're gonna tell us where they are, first of all, and then we're gonna say yes or no based on where they come from.
Okay.
But if they're in the perk, that's, a technology area, which may or may not have some new power generation.
Transmission abilities on site.
Right.
Okay, it was a change, it was a material change in this ordinance?
Oh, no, we're just discussing your thoughts.
Right,
That's all.
right.
Yeah. You got 99 of 100, Jeff.
I know,
We're just dropping one out, okay?
okay.
Where do we go from here?
We have to adopt this
We have to
ordinance.
adopt this
So-
as amended.
So I think if it is an option, to continue this meeting to a date before July 1, so that you all have an opportunity to look at the revised version that Mr. Supervisor Seeley is able to go through and reflect some of his comments that you all have, generally agreed with, and then present that final version to you all for formal adoption. I would like to propose that as as something that should be considered.
Well, we have one more week in the month. So,
Well, you have a full week. I mean,
Well, next
July
Tuesday's
1
the
is-
first, correct?
next Tuesday is the 30th.
the 30th.
Next Tuesday's the 30th. Oh, we
Wednesday's
do have
the
a week.
first.
Let's, yeah, I think we're all getting wiped. Y'all keep me up late.
If there are,
We're gonna have
you know,
to
if
come back
if
and work on
4
this one.
supervisors are able to make the meeting, then other folks could participate remotely, as long as there's a quorum, physically present at a
Mr. Black.
continued meeting.
Yes,
How does the 30th look for you?
I will be on a plane. What time?
6?
I will check what time my flight is, but I may be able to make it. Yes.
Okay.
If I can't, I'll let you know.
All right.
Should we, just as a cautionary move, should we adopt it as amended now with the option of making changes that are not significant in the next week?
I would recommend that if there's an opportunity for the board to reconvene at a continued meeting, that would be the better procedural approach.
Well, I know that's the better procedure, but I'm just saying, if we only get 3 people here, I don't know what's gonna happen in a week. Just but we gotta have 4 in person. Nobody knows that yet. Whoa. I don't know if,
Not an unreasonable
yeah, I'm just,
suggestion.
okay. I would like to be here, but I don't know what the plans are for me. So,
I'm in town. I'm not going anyplace.
oh, okay.
I understand there's a lot of changes.
I don't think you can adopt anything and change anything without a public hearing. So if you adopt tonight, you're adopting it. I understand your concern. You don't want to get here on the 30th and 3 people looking here and you haven't adopted anything.
Right.
But I think you either got to battle it out tonight and get something adopted, or commit that 4 of you are going to show up and adopt what's in front of you on the 30th.
But if we adopt it now, and this is the last time I'm gonna go through this, but if we adopt it now, and there are not significant changes or language things, we wouldn't have to have another public
Yeah,
hearing.
what it's zoning, you can't change a word in zoning without a public hearing.
Okay.
So that's the battle is either finish it up tonight or agree that 4 of you can make it on the 30th, because your time barred the first hits if you haven't adopted anything. I know that what you want to hear, but
It is what it is. Any issue with us continuing till the 30th, or if we want to go on Monday night? Y'all tell me.
29.
Monday's probably a better idea.
Mr. Kelly, can Monday, the 29th, be an option for
29th.
29th.
Mr. Ford, Monday, the 29th.
Technology and support wise, and Mr. Black, you might be remote still.
Yeah, my flight is actually on the 30th, so the 29th would be better for me.
How many do we have to have in person to have a quorum? Four? We
Four.
have to have four.
You have to
So
physically hear
if there were
four here.
3 and 4 was on the phone, it wouldn't matter.
You got
Okay.
4 in the building, 2 could be remote.
You have to have a quorum to have somebody
On the phone. I'm good. Monday is fine. This shouldn't take long.
Put all together all the changes. I think you captured them all. Guess you can always watch a video.
It's up to, I mean, tomorrow's Wednesday. He's got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah.
He could bring it to us Friday. Somebody could bring it to us.
Can that be emailed? Because I can't,
Yeah,
will that be,
yes,
can that?
yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. We'll get it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, I can just take my email.
It's too
I'm
big.
just
We'll put
trying
it
to
in a box.
be fair because there's a
In a box,
tremendous amount.
All right, can we do another thing? Just hold the public hearing for the next thing that I'm going to do about it. Can we just hold a public hearing for thrift stores
Oh, let's finish this one.
without having?
You're confusing me.
Miss,
I only have,
I
All
know.
right. Have we decided on Monday, the 29th? Is that a yes for
Yeah.
everybody?
yes.
Okay,
Yes,
we're
for
gonna
me.
continue to the 29th. Yep. Okay. If you think you can turn it around, you need that extra day, we need to know now.
No,
Speak
we do
now.
it 29. That's no problem.
Not to add more on your plate.
All right.
Okay.
Jimmy's
And
supposed to be eating the
Mr.
greens.
Forehand,
Yes, sir.
I just have a quick question. I didn't really get, and it has to do with the state code. I was just kind of curious because the state code, I didn't see it anywhere when I was looking on this, the state code. This is all about for, this is coming down from us as a mandate from the state for clean energy. And my question is, what is a phase 1 utility versus I was looking at the state mandate when I was reading this, and it's phase 1 and phase 2 utilities and how much they're supposed to be using renewable energy. What is that all about?
You'll dizzy yourself figuring it out, but that is a nomenclature for Dominion and APCO, basically.
Okay, well, that makes it. So so the Dominion and APCO have different rules on when they have to have clean energy by.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. That's yep.
Liberty and justice for all. Yeah.
And then one more thing, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
in our packet, we had ordinances from Patrick County, and I guess because that was something that was back in February where they had their buffers were much higher. I take it now that that is going to be overturned by the state. Is that correct? Because in their ordinance, the buffers are like 200, 250 feet. And, so obviously that ordinance will be now null and void, correct?
I would suspect they are modifying their ordinances as we have.
Right,
other
yeah.
ordinances as
Yeah.
the state law
Yeah.
changes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, on to item number 6, text amendment 01/2026, an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of Caroline County, including but not limited to Articles 2, 4, and 15 to 1, add a definition for thrift store, and 2, add provisions for thrift store as a use permitted by special exception in the RP Rural Preservation District. Good
All
evening.
right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. The next public hearing tonight is for a proposed text amendment to add a new use, thrift store, to the zoning ordinance. You should recall you reviewed a petition at your meeting on April 14th that requested the addition of this use to the zoning ordinance. The petition was submitted in accordance with Article 19 of the zoning ordinance, which allows a property owner to petition the board to add a requested use. After receiving a recommendation from the Planning Commission, the board consented to move forward with the text amendment. So the proposed amendment in your packet amends Articles 2, 4, and 15 of the ordinance for the proposed thrift store use. The amendment to Article 2 adds a new definition of thrift store, which reads, a retail establishment that sells gently used secondhand goods such as clothing, furniture, and household items at highly discounted prices. The amendment to Article 4 adds thrift store as a special exception use with Board of Supervisors approval in Section 5. I note that this provision would allow any parcel in the RP district desiring to establish this use to submit a special exception application. And then the amendment to Article 15 adds standards for a thrift store to Section 8, which contains development standards for specific uses. The petition that you previously reviewed in April, which was included in the packet, proposed 6 development standards, which had been taken from the county's existing standards in the ordinance for antique shops and general stores. Staff retained these 6 standards and added an additional 5 from those for antique shops, for a total of 11 proposed development standards in this amendment. The Planning Commission reviewed this text amendment and held a public hearing at their meeting on May the 28th. There were no comments from the public during the hearing. The Planning Commission voted 4-0 to forward this text amendment to the board with a recommendation of approval. As part of their recommendation, the Planning Commission did request modifying Development Standard Number 6 to require lighting to be directed downward and not exceed 0.5 foot candles at the property line, which is consistent with the standards of the Highway Corridor Overlay District. And I'll note that the proposed amendment in the packet tonight has included this modification from the Planning Commission in Standard Number 6. So to conclude, the proposed text amendment tonight adds a new use titled thrift store to the RP zoning district throughout the entire county. Tonight's amendment is not specific to the property that was the subject of the petition, and it does not grant approval to that property owner to move forward with their proposal. Tonight's amendment allows the property owner the ability to apply for a special exception application for further review. So should this text amendment be approved, the board will review a special exception application for the subject property in the coming months after it has been reviewed by the Planning Commission. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer questions you may have at this time.
All right, board have any questions before we open up public hearing? No. All right. Well, with that, we'll go ahead and open up our public hearing for text amendment 01-2026. Anybody wishing to speak, come on now. Public hearing is now open. Seeing no one in the audience hardly. No one's moving, so we will go ahead and close our public hearing.
I have
And
one question.
We have one question.
Yeah, I promise. Item number 3, engineered steel buildings are not permitted to be used as thrift stores or for any accessory buildings on site. Every building we've built in the last year has been a engineered steel building. I mean, the fire stations are, you look around at everything else that's being built. So why do we say no here?
This came directly from the standards that we have for antique shops in the ordinance.
Can we just eliminate steel building and I'm done?
You certainly could if you desire.
Excuse me, I have a quick question. When you say steel building, you know, what I'm thinking is like a metal shed. What do you
No,
think?
this is,
You're thinking
this says
structural?
engineered steel buildings are not permitted to be used as thrift stores. But everything we build is an engineered steel building, and I just read this, and I'm sorry I missed this during the first when we did this first, but I'm like, how can we say that? Because that's what nobody's building out of wood any of these things.
Which is what I wanted to clarify. So is that what we're talking about? Is like the fire station, or are we talking about
More like the
storage buildings that are metally?
The fire and rescue that maintenance building is a steel building that has a metal sheeting, siding, metal roof. Ours happens to have brick around the bottom, but
I mean, what difference does it make?
Well, I agree. I mean, that I don't
I'm
If
not
we
a-
strike number 3, I'm good. I'll make a motion. We approve it as, with the exception of of standard number 3.
No,
Yeah, it's by
just
special exception.
curiosity.
Yeah.
We could have one in the Quonset hut.
It was by special exception anyway, so it
Right.
gives us,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
just doing a
Right,
text
I'm
amendment,
just
so it gives
taking
us,
out, we can't just say you can't have a steel building.
right, just gives us, right.
Right. I mean, somebody's got to come to us, this is what I'm going to use, this is what I'm going to do. Do we like it or not?
Right.
At that point in time, you could say,
You can say,
no, I don't like your steel building, or yes, I like your steel building.
Right.
Oddly enough, what used to be an antique store on Rogers Clark.
Right, that was that's a
that's a
battle
steel
building.
building.
It's,
Boone's Antiques.
yeah, Boone's, I was going to bring that up as an example. I'm glad you did. I forgot, but I was like, when I read this, I'm like, Boone's Antique was there for decades as a steel, I don't even know if that's engineered steel or covered.
Probably
steel.
wasn't a valid use either, since we didn't have a thrift store.
Right. It probably, I'm not even going there, but I got a motion.
I'm good.
So
He made the motion, I made the second.
made the motion. Mr. Seeley makes a motion to adopt as amended, which is the striking of item number 3 in section Y. And Mr. Thomas seconds that motion. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I support this motion, but I also want staff to understand that I'm going to be watching this piece of property. I think it can be a good thing for this zoning district, but it could also turn into sloppiness very easily. So, and we're all going to sit on that because this was requested, and I think the plans are good if she follows through with it. But I don't want to see a bunch of trash and junky places all over the county. So I will keep, well, even after they get the special exceptions can be pulled.
You can always pull a special exception.
Yep. So we just, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that these are going to be nice little buildings for sightseers and tourists and local people. So, and I vote yes.
Call for the vote.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next, we have any informational items worthwhile at this late juncture? It's almost tomorrow.
All right, you have to recess tonight to the 29th at 6 o'clock. The 3rd is the state holiday for July the 4th, which is on Saturday. On Saturday, July 4th, don't forget the Port Royal July 4th celebration was mentioned earlier. And when we leave the meeting on the 29th, we need to recess to the work session with the school board on the 29th of July, which is a Wednesday night. So we're going to be Monday, and then the next time we meet will be Wednesday, off of our normal Tuesday, which will keep everybody confused. But that's all we really have on informational calendar. And for action out of closed session, the dollar amounts for appropriation from the fund balance, you would want to appropriate to Fund 100, Department 34, 100 inspections, $101,560.28 for a combination building inspector. And you would need to appropriate to Fund 100, 200, $28,360.20 for HR director promotion.
So that needs to happen now?
That's what y'all said in closed session. That's what you wanted. I thought somebody was gonna make a motion. I'm giving you the numbers.
Well, we did. We just didn't include numbers.
Yeah, those are the numbers. Sorry, I was getting the numbers with Jen when you must have made the motion.
Fair enough.
Would you need to appropriate that from fund balance?
Okay.
I so move that we make that appropriation from fund balance.
So we have a motion from Mr. Thomas to accept the amounts provided by Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Underwood. Any other discussion?
Well, one, to make sure, Mr. Cully's first number is for all of the compensation, health insurance.
Health insurance, that's, that's
estimated at the highest
right.
cost.
That was in the chart. If you remember all the way back to March 31st, you could
It's
just
not
pick
gonna-
and choose. That's all I did is went in and put another building, that's what that costs.
So it shouldn't
It
cost.
could cost less than that if they have a different health plan.
Right. Okay.
That's only the increase in salary. And taxes, yes, that doesn't change health insurance. Correct. Yeah, and the taxes.
And that's for all of next year.
Right, that's a whole year.
Right. Okay. Do we vote on?
No. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right.
Thank you.
Motion carries. All right, we will entertain them. Actually, any closing board comments? Mr. Thomas? I have none. Mr. Seeley?
None.
Mrs. Long?
I have none. Happy 4th.
I have none. Mr. Black, you have any closing board comments?
We'll be here before the 4th.
I have none.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion for
To recess until the
recess.
29th, 6 o'clock here.
Okay, we are officially in recess to the 29th, 6 p.m., same time, same location. Thank you.